Welcome to Halogenous Ideas. In this exciting tutorial, we'll delve into the world of API development using Django Rest Framework, a powerful toolkit for building web APIs in Django. Whether you are a seasoned developer looking to expand your skill set or a newcomer eager to explore the fundamentals of RESTful APIs, this video is tailored just for you. Together, we'll navigate through the process of setting up a Django project, creating models, serializers, and views, and ultimately crafting robust APIs. Get ready to unleash the full potential of Django Rest Framework and elevate your development journey. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on more tech tutorials and innovative ideas on Halogenous Ideas. The prerequisite to this tutorial is basically Python and Django. Okay, Python and Django, those are the prerequisites to this tutorial. So if you come to our website, Halogenous Ideas, our YouTube channel rather, Halogenous Ideas on YouTube, these are the YouTube channel. If you come down to videos, if you come under videos, just look for Learn Python in 4 hours. So this is the tutorial over here. This tutorial over here will help you to master the fundamentals of Python, and the tutorials is just 4 hours long. So you don't have to know everything, just the basics, okay? But if you understand Python before now, it's totally fine. You don't have to go through that. Then the second and very also important prerequisites to this particular tutorial is the Django tutorial. Okay, so also on the YouTube channel, as at the time of recording this video, the Django tutorial is the last video on the channel, so just come and look for it. When you get to the channel, come under videos and use this search icon under videos to look for the tutorials. Okay, so if you use this one on top, this is searching the whole of YouTube, but if you use this particular search icon, it is searching the channel only, so you see the video over here. So well, that will be all for the prerequisites. So the next thing we have to do is to install Python. So to install Python, come to python.org/downloads. So okay, so you can see download this is the latest version of Python 3.12.1, so you can just download for your operating system. I'm currently on Linux. If you're on Windows, you click on this. If you're on Mac, you click on this. If you have any other operating system you are on, you click on this. But I have my Python installed already, so I won't want the tutorial to be longer than it should be. So just download the interpreter, install it. It is pretty straightforward. But if you're on a Windows machine, please ensure that you add Python to part, Python or pip. Make sure you add it to part. So I explained this installation process for different operating systems. Install Python. If you come to install Python, so you will see the different ways to install Python on Windows. If you're on Windows, you can use this guide. If you're on a Mac, I did one for a Mac. If you're on a Mac, yes, you can use this guide over here to install Python on a Mac. Okay, okay. Install Python on a Mac with VS Code, which is what we are doing. So this is how you install Python and VS Code on a Windows. It is pretty straightforward, trust me. So when you install Python, by default, pip is part of the packages that will be installed for you. So pip is a package manager for Python. You can use it to install external libraries. Okay, if you come to pypi.org and you open it, you will see all the packages available. A good number of them are free of charge actually, so you can use it for free. A lot of packages over here. If I want to use the faker library, for example, just faker, I used the faker to generate data that we are going to be using in the project. So you can see faker over here, so just click on it and you can see pip install faker installs the faker for you. So you can just play around with it and all that. So that will be all for all the installations that we have to do. Just Python and pip. When you install Python, by default pip is part of the packages that will be installed for you. Okay. Now, this next part is optional, although I will highly recommend it. So, we have to create a virtual environment, okay? So, a virtual environment is, let's say, where you can install software and Python packages in a contained development state. This isolates the installed software and packages from the rest of the machine's global environment, okay? So, this convenient isolation prevents conflicting packages or software from interacting with each other. You have, this is your the whole device that you're working with. It is better for you to install, for any project you want to work on, install a virtual environment, so all the packages, all the requirements particular to that project will be installed in that environment. So when you are pushing your code to the cloud, it will be easier for you to manage the packages and their versions as well. So this is totally optional. You can decide to just create a folder and continue working with it on your device, on your laptop, or your desktop. But if you want to create a virtual environment, then this is the process. The first thing you want to do is to open your terminal. If you're on a window, you are going to be having CMD. So open your CMD command prompt rather. So yeah, it's also CMD. Another thing you can do if you're on the Windows is to go to the Play Store and install a particular software from the Microsoft Store rather, called Terminal. So Terminal on Microsoft Store. Terminal on Microsoft Store. No, Terminal. There is a particular application called Terminal on Microsoft Store. Exactly, this is it. This is it. So I love to use this terminal. The reason is because it gives me the opportunity to open different tabs. You can see what they are having over here. You can open a tab, open another tab, and open another tab. But with the default um, command prompt in on Windows, you won't be able to do that. So please take note. Okay. So okay. So to install my virtual environment, I'll open this now. I'm going to be using, for many API tutorials that you are going to be getting out there, they are going to be using Postman to launch requests. Okay, so Postman is a software with which backend developers can use to develop their APIs. They can use it to launch requests to test for their APIs and all those. So if you want to download Postman, you can come to Postman for your whatever operating system you are on. I'm on Linux. So you can see Postman for Linux. So if you are on Windows, Postman for Windows, and you download your Postman. Okay, so you use Postman to launch your request. It is pretty straightforward. So I won't be using Postman for this particular tutorial. I want everything to be Python related. So I wrote a script over here. I'll make this script available as well. This is what I'll be using to launch all the requests that we're going to be doing in this particular tutorial. Okay, so now I'm using Jupyter Notebook. You can also do this using your regular Python script, which I will show you anyway. So come here, and this is my Jupyter Notebook server. I'll just open another tab. It is one of the perks of working with a terminal CMD. So now, the first thing you want to do is to install a virtual environment. Okay, so the virtual environment will be living on your device, on your laptop. So the first thing I want to do is to open a folder on my laptop. Okay, so inside the folder, I will create the virtual environment there, and I will do all my development in that virtual environment. Now, this is my folder over here. This is the folder I'm going to be using for this development. So I can just come here and open the folder in terminal. Okay, so if you're on Windows, you might not be able to. I think you should be able to open in terminal. Just right click, or just look for a way to navigate your command prompt to this particular folder. So now I'm inside the folder where I want to create that virtual environment. Actually, the first thing we have to do is to use pip to install the virtual environment. So the virtual environment will be installed globally. So you have something like pip install virtual env. So I have my virtual env installed already. So that is why it is saying requirement already satisfied and all those things. So now to test if my virtual environment have been installed, just virtual env, then you now say hyphen version. So you can see I'm having version 20.5.0, which is what I want. Okay, now the next thing to do is to, like, I told you already, you create a folder. I'm inside that folder already. This pip that I installed, it is installed. This virtual environment I installed, it is installed globally. Okay, it is installed globally. So now I want to create a virtual environment where I will be doing my development. So now, the name of my virtual environment, I will make it API env. Okay, API underscore env. That will be the name of my virtual environment. So to create the virtual environment, just say API underscore. No, I will first of all say virtual env, then API underscore env. So this is the terminal command that I want to run. Now, running this terminal command will create a new virtual environment for you. API env is the name of the environment that I want to create. So just hit enter, and you can see over here that I have a new folder here. This folder is my virtual environment. Okay, this folder is my virtual environment. So you can see created virtual environment, C Python, and all this other stuff over here. Okay, so this is a Python environment that I can activate, and I'll be able to do my development inside. All right, so the next thing I have to do is to navigate my terminal inside this environment. So I'll just say cd API underscore env, and now I'm inside my API underscore env in my terminal. If I should list out everything I have, you can see I'm having this bin folder here, which is the bin, this lib, which is this lib, then you can see the py whatsoever inside here. So I think if you are on Windows, you use dir. If you're on Windows, dir is what you're going to be using to list out all the files and folders in the current directory. Okay, so now that I've created my the virtual environment, I have to activate it before it will be functional. All right, I have to activate it before it can be functional. So to activate it is very simple. Just say dot, then you say um, bin slash activate, enter, and you will see something here, API env, opening and closing it over here. So this shows that that the API env environment is activated. Okay, so now I can start doing whatever development I want to do. All right, but if you don't want a virtual environment and all you want to do is just to develop on your local machine itself, it's very fine. All you have to do is just to create a regular folder, then you move on with the tutorial from there. You don't have to create a virtual environment, but if you are creating a virtual environment, you have to activate before it will be functional. All right, now the next thing we want to do is to install Django and Django Rest Framework. Okay, because these are the two major things that we are going to be doing in this tutorial. We are going to be installing Django and Django Rest Framework. Now if I want to install Django alone, I can just say pip install Django, just the same way I installed the virtual environment. If you recall, pip install Django, it will install Django alone, but I want to install both Django and Django Rest Framework. So pip gives me the liberty to do something like this: Django space Django Rest Framework, and with this single command it will install both Django and Django Rest Framework. If I should hit enter, so it will go and it will download it and install it on my machine, but I have both Django and Django Rest Framework installed on my machine already, so it will just use the cached version I have on my machine. It will just push it to the environment and I'm good to go. In your own case, you might have to pull it from the internet. It will be pulling it from pypi.org. Okay, it will be installing it from here. So that is all about that. So now, what do you have now that you've installed Django and Django REST framework? If you come to your development environment, which is this API env, you cannot see anything here. You cannot see anything here. But if you notice, if you come to lib, you come to Python 3.10, come to packages, now you see that Django is installed. Initially, Django wasn't installed here. Okay, initially Django wasn't installed. If you look at the time when all these files over here were created, you can see that this is 1218 and this is also 1218, which is around the time when I created the virtual environment itself. Okay, so but it is currently 1222, and you can see 1221 is when this PyTZ was installed. Django itself was installed 1221. You can see all these other packages were installed when I executed pip install Django and Django Rest Framework. So basically, I'm making this environment capable, equipped with the modules required to run both Django and Django Rest Framework. All right. Let me go back to API env, which is the root folder of the API. Now, after running your Django and Django REST framework, we've installed the packages that we need. The next thing to do is to create the project. Okay, is to create the project. Now you can use any name that you want for your project, but I choose to use backend as the name of my project. Okay, so I can do something like for you to create a new Django project. What you did over here is that you installed the Django package. You have not created a project. Now to create the project, you do something like this: Django admin start project. Project, then backend, the name of my project. So enter. Now, if you notice over here, you see that another folder has been added, and the name of the folder is backend. If I should open backend now, you will see that I have this backend, then I have manage.py, which is what the root folder of your Django application is going to be. It will have this backend. If you come to this video, this learn Python in 4 hours, if you open it in new tab, I want to show you the place where I explained the file structure of Django. So if you come down, if you come to no, this is the native Python. Let me go to videos. I want to show you the place where you can learn more about the file organization of Django. Get ready to how Django files are organized. Come here, and if you come to Django file organization, exactly. So if you just fast forward to that particular place, you will understand better how these files are structured. So I don't want to spend much time on this particular tutorial because it is going to be a very long one. So now that I've created the project itself, the next thing I want to do is to open VS Code in this particular directory. Okay, to open VS Code in this directory. Now I can just open my VS Code, then I will open folder and bring it here. But I can open it from the terminal easily, and all I have to do is just code period, and it will open VS Code in that current folder. So it is giving me a git ignore. I think the git ignore will ignore, it is ignoring everything, but normally what I want to ignore is this library and this bin, I think. So if you open backend, you will see that you have manage.py and you also have this backend. Okay, so backend is the root are the root files of the project. Manage.py is the command line interface for project management. The command line interface for project management is manage.py. So this init.py, you rarely have to do anything. The ASGI, you also rarely have to do something here. If you come to settings.py, this is where you can make and mod the project. So I would advise you to only come here if you have to. You will have to come here often, but just know exactly what you are doing. So this is url.py. This is where you connect views to URL request. Okay, if you have an API endpoint, you have a view that is supposed to respond to that endpoint. Okay, that is you do the connection inside your urls.py. So this whiskey part as well, you may not have to do anything here. We are not going to be doing anything here in this particular application, in this particular tutorial, right? So that will be all for installing Django. So, and one thing that we want to do now is that after you are done with your project, it's better that I show it to you now. While pushing your project to the cloud, So you want to ensure that the packages that you have installed in this particular environment is exactly the packages that you have on the live server. So one thing you can do to keep track of those packages is to do something like this: pip freeze, then echo everything inside requirements.txt. Now it will create a requirement.txt file. You can see the requirement.txt file. If I should open it, you see that I'm having this particular package. I'm having Django, I'm having Django Rest Framework. Let me increase my font size. Settings, increase my font size. So instead of 16, let me do 22. Let me do 22. So close it. So you can see Django Rest Framework, PyTZ, SQL parse, and typing extensions. So if I want to upload this particular project to the cloud, it will be very easy because I'll just install all these packages using pip, and I'll just push my code to the environment, and I'm good to go. Ensure that the Python project we created is working fine the way we want it to work. I will come here and I will cd into my backend, which is the root folder of my project. Then I will do something like this: Python manage.py, then I will run server. So another thing I can do is to open this server in on the web browser. So I know that we are not developing a web application, but just to test that Django is working fine. So you can see Django. You can see. So this shows that Django was installed correctly. All right, Django was installed correctly. So we move on to installing the application. How do you install the application? So what you want to do, if you haven't done it before now, is to install Django Rest Framework, but I've installed it already, so I don't have to. So basically you do something like pip install Django Rest Framework, just that, and you are good to go. Pip install Django Rest Framework, and you have your the application installed. Now I want to create an app named API. Okay, I'll create an app named API. If you come to the tutorial and you come down to if you come down to under installing Django, I think, and Django file organization, yes, creating a Django app, I explained the difference between the project and the app. Okay, so you can just check it out. I'm not going to be doing that here, so just click on this timestamp and it will take you there. So now for us to install the Django app, all you have to do is to create the app. Rather, I've installed Django already. So to create the app now, I can come to my terminal. Let me close my server. Now that I've closed my server, if I should try to run this particular, you can see because the server is off. So for me to create the new app that I want to create, all I have to do is just to say Python. Don't forget, I'm inside the folder where I have manage.py, and like I told you, manage.py is the command line interface for project management. So Python manage.py, then the next thing you want to do is to start an app, and the name of the app is going to be API, and that's it. So you can see now that I have backend and I have API. Initially I was having backend, and then I had another backend where I have all these settings of py urls and whatsoever. Then I have API. Okay, so this API is the application that I'm installing to extend the default functionalities of Django. Okay, so by default you can return JSON responses, but not a full-fledged a REST API. So the API that I'm going to be building, I'm going to be doing it inside this application. Like I said, if you come to this creating a Django app, I did justice to explaining the app and the project, so you can just check it out. Now after creating the app, I have to register the app inside Django. Okay, I have to register the application inside Django. For me to register the application, I will come to settings first. If you come to installed applications, I'll come here. The first application I'm going to be registering is REST Framework. Then after registering REST Framework, I'm going to be registering API, which is the one I created. REST Framework is the one that the environment I've created for us already. But API is the one that I created by myself. REST Framework was created when we used pip install Django Rest Framework. So API is the one that I created just now. So after creating this API, the next thing I have to do is that I will go to API. I will create a urls.py file. urls.py file. This is where I'm going to be creating my API endpoints. So I'll just leave it blank for now. Then I'll come to urls.py. So you see that I'm having two urls.py. This one is for the root project. This one is for API. So basically, what I want to do here is that I will tell the user that anytime that I will tell Django that anytime a user visits the root project, then API. Okay, anytime they visit the root project slash API slash, then just route them. Initially, I'm having only path here. I'll have to bring say include. Just include, then include open api.urls. api.urls. Another thing I have to do is that I will copy this one from here and I will bring it into API, into URLs. I don't need this one. So for now, I'll just leave this path empty for now. I'll leave it empty for now. If I should save this, I don't need include anymore. So if I should save this, I've successfully connected my API application, the one that I just created, to the root project, which is this backend over here. Okay. So let's explain the file organization a bit. If you go to the API directory, you can see all these files over here. The first one is admin.py. This is where you connect the models that you have for this particular application to the admin interface, so you can manage them from the admin interface. So you have apps.py, you will really have to come here. You have models.py. This is where you create models for your application. So models are basically your database tables and their fields and all those things. So we have the test.py. This is where you write tests for your application. urls.py, where you map a view to an API endpoint. So when they request for this particular when they launch a request via this particular endpoint, what are they going to be getting? What view will respond to that particular request? That is what you do in the urls.py. Then we have views.py. This is where you create views. Views are basically the responses to requests. Okay, views are the responses to request. urls.py, this is for the root project. urls.py is where you match the endpoint with a view. Okay, so when they make requests via this particular endpoint, this is the view that will be responding to their request. Okay, so yeah, that will be all for setting up the development environment. Basically, that will be all for setting up the development environment. All right, so we are going to be moving to models now. So Django models serve as the foundation for organizing and structuring data in a Django web application. So in essence, a model represents a database table defining the fields and behaviors of the data it will store. Each model class inherits from Django's models.model, alright? So and its attributes such as the char field, integer field, and the date time field specify the type of data and constraints for each field. These models not only define the structure of the database but also encapsulate the logic of querying, manipulating, and interacting with data by leveraging the Django's ORM, which is Object Relational Mapping Models. Models provide a high level abstraction, allowing developers to work with Python code while seamlessly interacting with the underlying database without having to write SQL. These powerful abstractions simplifies database operations, promotes code reusability, and contributes to the overall efficiency and maintainability of Django web applications. Okay, so if you want to create a model, for example, the example that we are going to be using inside the API, you come to models.py. Let's just create a student model, okay? So for you to create a student model, you want to say class student. So you do something like models.model, okay? So models is this one that was imported here by default. Then now you start defining the field. I can do something like first name equal to models dot the character field, and this character field, the maximum length is going to be equal to, the maximum length is going to be equal to 50. Okay, so if you come here and do something like models dots, now you will see a lot of fields that you can, big integer field, big auto field, binary field, boolean field, character field, which is what we used here. Then you have a lot of other fields, the date field, the date time, decimal, email field, and a lot of others. So just suit yourself. So we also have the last name. This last name will be equal to models dot the character field again, and the maximum length is going to be, the max length is going to be equal to 50. Then the next one I'm going to be having is age, and age is going to be models dot integer field, okay, integer field. So then the next one is going to be gender. So for this gender, I'm going to be having something like models dot, it's going to be a character field, but I'm going to be doing something special here. So the maximum length is going to be equal to 10. That is the first thing I want to do. Now I want to put choices, okay? So choices, so for these choices, it's going to be equal to a list of choices. So the list is going to be taking two tuples. The first one, I'm going to be having m for, let me bring these choices down. So this is going to be m for male. Then I'm going to be having f for female. Okay, so this is how you can create a character feed where you have male and female, for example. So another field that we want to create is email. So this email is going to be an email field, models dot email field. Okay, the next one is going to be phone number. So this phone number, I'm going to be having models dot character field, but the length, maximum length, is going to be equal to 15. Then after this one, I'm going to be having address. This address is going to be a text field, models dot text field, text field. Then after address, I'm going to be having major. Don't forget, it's a student model, so they're going to major in something like math, English, accounting, and all those. So major, models dot character field. This character field, the maximum length of this is going to be, let me just say 45. Then after major, what else? You don't necessarily have to have too many fields over here, but I'm just using the opportunity to introduce you to different type of fields that we have in models, in Django models. So after major, we can also add like GPA. So this GPA, I can just say models dot, let me say decimal field. So this decimal field, I can just say the maximum digit. The maximum digit is going to be equal to 3. Then I can just say decimal places. will be equal to 2. Okay, so apart from this, we also have the boolean field we can have is underscore active, which is a boolean field, so equal to models dot boolean. Okay, so this boolean field I can default it to true. Okay, default equals to true. Now the next thing that we are going to be having, I can have something like graduation date. Okay, graduation date, or I can say graduation year. So models dot, let me use dates field. So this date field, then open, I can do something like null equal to true. So, and it can be null, it is nullable, and you can have it as a blank field equal to true. All right, so this should be capital letter T. Too much of JavaScript. So now the next thing I want to do is to create a string representation for this model. So I can do something like def underscore underscore str. If you remember your Python objects, so self, then return a formatted string, which is going to be something like self dot first name, then space, open another one, self dot last name. So if you check your Python object, so you understand this str representation, then this is basically a formatted string. This is just a formatted string. Now the next thing that we want to do is to push it to admin. Basically is to push it to admin. So now to push it to admin, you come to the development environment. My server isn't running at the moment. You want to do something like python manage.py make migrations. I'm having an error somewhere. Unexpected keyword argument maximum digits. Okay, I think I get where the error is coming from. The error is coming from, it should be digits, digits, digits. So sorry about that. So now we can come to make our migrations. Missing to, okay, I know where this is coming from. If you come to urls.py, let me just comment all these ones out for now. Normally I'm supposed to pass in the path, the view, then optionally the name of the mapping, but we will do all that. So let me just push this one to, okay, okay, they are forcing us to create a view. So let me come to views, let me just create a view. So I can do something like from django.http import http response. So let me just say def index. Okay, so this index is going to be taking the user's requests, and this user's request is going to be returning um, an HTTP response. This HTTP response it will return is just a formatted string, or not just a formatted string. So welcome to my API backend. Okay, let's just have this. So to create the view now, now that I have the view, let me just create a mapping. So come here, and this path, let me just leave this one blank. So basically I'm saying that if you come to the backend and you come to urls.py, so API slash something will route the user to API URLs. So API slash something, when it gets here, if nothing is after the API URLs, then just return index. Now this index from dot views import index. So this index, then let me just say the name will be equal to index. So if I should save this, then I think we are good to go. So you can see now we can make a migrations. So what happened there is that he created a migration. Okay, he created a migration. If you noticed, now we have this PyCache over here. He created a migration. We have not committed this to the database. We have not. What we did basically is that we created a migration ready to push to database. If you look at your console for the first time that we were running the server, you can see that we have 18 unapplied migrations. These are migrations that come with Django by default. Okay, these are the migrations that come with Django by default. So let us now push everything. Let's commit all the migrations to the database. This plus the ones that come with Django by default. Okay, so Python manage.py, then just migrate and enter. So you will notice something here. Another file have been added, which is this db.sqlite3. So SQLite basically is a lightweight database. You can use it in development. You can decide to use PostgreSQL as well. So but for now we just leave this. We just leave this. So now you can see that we have all these migrations over here. So you can decide to use the Django shell to test everything out, but I would just rather use the admin interface because I feel like it is more beginner friendly. Alright. So simple is better than complex if you remember your Zen of Python. Now I'll have to create a super user before I'll be able to log into the admin interface. How do I create that super user? Just Python. Don't forget that I'm still in the directory where I have my manage.py. Don't forget. So Python manage.py create super user. The super user's name will be admin. The email I can just say admin@admin.com. The password again. Don't worry, I don't mind. Okay, so my super user have been created. So now I can log into the admin dashboard. Okay, so now for me to log into the admin dashboard, you come to the web browser. I can close all these ones. I don't need them anymore. Come here, just say slash admin and open it. No, I need to be running my server. So just Python manage.py, then run server. Don't forget. So now it is running my server, and if you notice very well, if you come up here, if you come down, you can see you have 18 unapplied migrations, but after running that particular migration command, you come here, it is not showing me any migration issues. So now come back here and reload. You can see it is asking me to enter my username and password. So and it is giving me the dashboard in dark mode. So I can click on this. Yes, so you can see light mode, dark mode. So I'll prefer dark mode, just like every other developer out there. So now login. So now you can see I'm logged into the admin dashboard. Get away. So you can see now that I'm logged into the admin dashboard. What is the next thing to do? If you check groups and users, you see that I don't have business with these two set of models for now. The ones that I have business with is just students that I created, which is this one over here. This is the one I have business with for now. And if you notice what is happening now, student is nowhere to be found on the database. How can I register student on the database? Very simple. All I have to do is to come to admin.py. Then using this admin that have been imported, I will import my model from .models import. What do I want to import? Student. Okay, I want to import student. So for me to import student now, admin.site.register students. And if I should save this and I come back to my database If I should reload this, you can see now that I have students under API. Okay, API is the name of the application. Don't forget, I registered API under settings. You see, I registered API under settings, so that is the reason why I can see API under my applications. So you can see student over here. If you open student, you can decide to add a new student. If I come to add a student, the first name, um, I can do something like, I can say I have a friend whose name is Alexander. Then I can say Chris because I'm his father. Age, how old is he again? It should be somewhere around 17. Then gender is male or female. So I think it's a male. It's a male. So now I want you to take, um I want to draw your attention to something. You can see that these ones I have character field, character field. If you come to the interface where I can create a new model, this is a character field, this is a character field, this is an integer field. But if you come to gender, you can see that I also have character field for gender. But now I'm having choices, which is male or female. So what is going to be stored in the database is M and F, but what is going to be represented is male and female. You get? So male and female. So we have the email field. I can just do something like alex at maybe gmail.com. For the phone number, I can do plus one two. Okay, let me just use this. So for the address, I can just say faculty of engineering, Unilag, Akoka, Lagos State. Okay, so major is reading physics. So GPA, okay. I don't want to lie, but let me just say 4.5. Let me just give that to him. So now you can see this graduation date. This graduation date, it is a date field. Okay, it's a date field if you remember. Null is true, blank is true, meaning that if we leave it blank, it won't shout. All right. If I click on save, you can see Alexander Chris have been created, and the reason why I'm getting Alexander Chris here is because of this str representation that I created. You can see first name and the last name. If I should put an hyphen over here, this hyphen, then I save it, come back here to reload, you can see that now I have an hyphen. So for me to edit it, just click on this, then graduation date. I can just, if I click on today, maybe let me just enter it manually, 2024. Okay, so just save. I think I'm not getting it right. Okay, it's a date field. It should be graduation date. Yes, it's a date field. I entered only the year. Sorry about that. So if I want it to be today, just click on today and it will give you for today. But it should be somewhere. It should be somewhere around. I don't know, but it will be before September next year. So then I'll save it. You see. So I've saved it. If I want to delete it, just click on it and you can see this red button over here, delete. But I'll just leave it for now. So go back to student and you can see I have only one student over here. So for the sake of this project, I wrote a Python script that generated a I think 200 entries for students. So I'm going to be importing that data into my Python, into this database. Okay, I'm going to be importing the data into database. So if you come to this script that I wrote, don't worry, this script is going to be made available for you. So just check the link below in the description. You will find the link there, or the script. So you see this thing that I have over here. This is the index that we wrote. So this is the script that is going to populate the um, that is going to populate the data to the database. So I think this other one is the one we are going to be using to launch HTTP request. Now, how do you import the data? How do you import the data? So come back here, come to urls.py. Let's even test this view out. Let's test this view out. Come here and just say control copy. Come here, instead of admin, just say slash API. No, not slash products, just slash API. Now you can see, welcome to my API backend. This is the response to, you can see the URL API slash. API slash. If you come to urls.py for the root project, you can see API slash. But if you come to urls.py for API itself, if you have this one that is empty, nothing is going inside. So I'm mapping this particular request with this view. Okay, this particular view, where did I define it? If you come here, you can see I have, and it is returning an HTTP response. That is why you are getting welcome to my API backend. Now, how do we write a view that we can use to import that particular data? We have to import some libraries first. What libraries do we need? We need OpenPyXL. Import OpenPyXL. OpenPyXL is what you use for Excel manipulation. Okay, OpenPyXL is what you use for Excel manipulation in Python. So the next thing that we are going to be needing is that from models, from let's say dot models import students. Then the next thing we want to do is to write a view that will import data. Okay, so the data that we want to import is in Excel format. This is the basically this is the function that I'm going to use to import the data. So I can just copy this so that we will not waste time on it. So copy the cell, come inside VS Code. I'm copying the cell. I'm supposed to just use control copy, I think. Copy, come back here and paste it. So if you look at what I have over here, on the first line I'm having index request, the same thing I'm having over here, import students from Excel request. So the file part, this is the part to where I have the file on my laptop. All right, this is the part to where I have the file on my laptop. So basically the file is also going, the link to the file will be in the description below. I will upload everything to GitHub for you, so you can just go to GitHub and download everything, this particular document and the file that we want to use. Now you can just copy the code over here, put it inside a view and push it to GitHub, push it to your Django server. So this part over here, you have to change it on your end. Okay, so this is the part where I have the student data on my laptop. This is the part where I have the student data on my laptop. So just on your end, try to copy it out, then you copy the path, replace this file path with whatever you have. Okay, then you bring it into your Django project. So open PyXL. Okay, so the reason why this is giving us this underline over here is because we've not imported open PyXL. So how do we import it? Very simple, just pip install and we are good to go. So let me temporarily close my server. Yeah, you can see open PyXL. Let me temporarily close my server, pip install open PyXL. Okay, you can see, so it is using the cached version I have on my laptop. So but on your end it might have to pull it from the cloud. So the next thing I want to do is to run back my server. Okay, so my server is running fine now without any errors. So come back here and workbook. Now after setting your file path, you have to open um, the Excel spreadsheet in form of a workbook. All right, then you are going to be, you have only one sheet available in the workbook that is going to be uploaded. So that particular sheet, you are going to activate it. After activating it, you are getting the head. Okay, you're getting the head. So basically, this student.meta.get fields is going to be getting all the fields that we have: first name, last name, age, gender, and whatsoever. But Django has the ID by default. This ID stands as a means of identification. It's the unique key that you can use to locate a particular student. So the when you are creating a new student, you don't add the ID field to the data you are going to be sending to Django. Okay, so this particular field over here is what I'm using to exclude the ID field. So after excluding the ID field, it will get every other field for me. That is what is happening over here. Then it will put everything in a list. After putting everything in a list, this particular code over here is like I'm using a for loop to iterate all the rows that we have inside the spreadsheet. Okay, then I'm saying the student data. I'm using this dictionary and I'm zipping the model field together with the row data. After zipping everything, then I don't have to do this one. Then I'll just create student.object.create new data. So you will see how to, we will be creating data using this very soon, but for now just copy paste this one and let's upload the dummy data we are going to be using for what we want to do. Then after that you return HTTP response import completed. Okay, if you remember very well, on this end we did HTTP response welcome to my API backend. In this case what we are doing is import completed because that is the action that we executed over here. So now I want to create a view. I want to create a URL for this particular view. Don't forget I'm having import student from Excel. That is the name of the view. So save this one, come to URLs. This is the root folder URL. Come here, then I'm going to be importing it first. Then comma path. I can say import data. Okay, import data, comma, then I can just say the name equal to import data. So if I should save this now, the view is active. Okay, the view is active. So I can just, instead of home, just copy this one, come here, then slash API slash import data. So I'm running import data now. I hope my server is on. I hope my server is on. Okay, my server is on. So I'm just waiting for it to push all the data into my database. You can see import completed. Import completed. You can see import completed. So get, well, normally it should be faster than that, but well, for one reason or the other it took a bit of time. Now if you come under student and you reload student, you see that now I'm having Mary Taylor, Leah Farley, Anthony Wise, Felicia Hill, Elizabeth Reyes, and all that. Okay, so if I should come here, don't forget I said we have 200 entries inside that particular database, inside the Excel sheet. We have 200 of them, but now we have 201 students. You know, if you remember vividly, I created Alexander, then I imported 200. So if you open Morgan Livingston, for example, you can see the age, it's a male, you can see the email, you can see the phone number, you see the address, the major is engineer, mining, and you can see the GPA is active, and you can see the graduation date. Okay, so I used a particular Python script to generate it. I don't want to bore you with it, so I'll just leave you out of it. So one thing I can do is that particular Python script, I will add it to this script before uploading it to GitHub for you. So just make sure you check it out on GitHub. This particular script, you download it and you use it. All right. So that is basically how to import data to your Django database from a spreadsheet. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much. Moving on, we need to talk about JSON. JSON, or JavaScript Object Notation, is a lightweight data interchange format that is easy for humans to read and write and easy for machines to pass and generate. In Python, the JSON module provides methods to work with JSON data. JSON consists of key value pairs. similar to the Python dictionary, and supports basic data types such as strings, numbers, booleans, arrays, and null. The JSON module in Python allows you to encode Python objects into JSON format using the JSON.dumps and decode Python data into JSON objects using JSON.load. Okay, so you can see the two-way it facilitates the action both ways. So this facilitates the seamless exchange of data between different systems or applications, making JSON a widely used format for data interchange in web development, APIs, and configuration files. So for us to demonstrate how JSON works, let me do it on my Jupyter notebook that I have over here away from the project. So let me just do something like JSON and Python. Okay, so let this be a markdown. So JSON and Python. Now let me have a Python data string like this. Let me say JSON data string. Okay, so this JSON data string is going to be equal to let me use a Python dictionary first. So this is a dictionary over here. Then I'm going to be having something like name, and the name is going to be equal to John. So then I'm going to be having another key value pair, age. So this age is going to be equal to 25. Then the last one, I might have something like city. So this city is going to be representing New York. Okay, so you can see what I have down. You can see what I have down. So the data string is going to be something like this. It's going to be something like this. Basically turning it into a string. Just string at the beginning, then string at the end. So this is what a JSON data string looks like. This is what a JSON data string looks like. Normally it is a string, but you know that if you remove the trailing apostrophe and this last one over here, then you are going to be having a Python dictionary. So come down here, then have something like the first thing you want to actually do is to import JSON. Import JSON. Okay, import JSON. So after importing JSON data string, now I want to load the JSON data into a Python dictionary. How do I do that? I can do something like loaded data. Loaded data equal to JSON.load. Then I'll bring in my JSON data string. Copy, then paste. You can see JSON.load. Then I'll bring in my JSON data string. This is me loading I'm converting a JSON data string into a regular Python dictionary. That is what I'm doing here. Okay, so let me print that loaded data. Print. Since I'm in Jupyter Notebook, I don't have to use print for this last statement data. If I should run this, you can see that I'm having a regular Python dictionary, or I can just print the type of loaded data. You see, the type is a dictionary. Okay, the type is a dictionary, but this JSON data string, if I should bring it here, you can see the type is a string. So basically I'm converting a JSON data string into a regular Python dictionary. Okay, now let us do it the other way around. Let us do it the other way around. Let me So this loaded data now, let me convert it back into a JSON data format. So you see I'm having name, John, and whatever. So I'll say the Python data py data equal to this. Then the next thing I want to do, I can just say JSON dumped data equal to what? I can just say JSON dot dumps. Then this JSON dumped data. So we can even indent to indent equal to 2. Okay, so this is just for pretty printing. This is just for pretty printing. So if I should load this, JSON dumped data is not defined. What am I doing? This should be py data. Sorry about that. So let me even print the JSON dumped data. Print the JSON dumped data. So you can see what I'm having now. Name is John, age is 25, then city is New York. Okay, so this particular thing I have over here, I'm dumping it into JSON. Okay, so this is the JSON format. So okay, so basically that is all about JSON and Python, converting from JSON data to Python dictionary, then from Python dictionary to JSON. Okay, these functions are handy for working with JSON data, especially when interacting with APIs or reading and writing configuration files. Now that we understand how JSON communicates with Python and vice versa, we are off to writing our first Django Rest Framework API view. Okay, what we did over here, this is a regular Django view, an HTTP response view, but now we want to write an API response view. Okay, so from a regular HTTP request that we did, if you come to views.py, so this is an HTTP response, and this is another HTTP response. Okay, if you remember vividly, HTTP response. So for APIs, what you are going to be returning is JSON response. Okay, you are going to be returning JSON responses. So we've treated JSON just earlier and how it communicates with Python. So I believe you understand what I mean by JSON response. So basically, the response that you are going to be giving out is something like this. Something like this. Instead of giving out the regular, where is it? Instead of giving out this regular HTTP response over here, you're going to be giving out a JSON response, something like this. Let me close this too. I don't need it for now. So how do we go about that? For the regular Django web application with HTML template, you only have to return JSON responses if you are working with tools like Ajax. So if you are working on a complete backend like we are doing now using Python, you will have to be returning JSON responses throughout, or majority of what you are going to be returning are JSON responses. So a regular Django view through which you can return a JSON response. Let us write it. Just a regular Django view. This is not a Django Rest Framework view, just a regular Django view that will help you to return a JSON response. How do you go about that? Let me say JSON response example. Okay. With the knowledge of JSON and Python that we did initially, you can do something like def JSON response view. So this particular view is going to be taking requests. Okay, then you can do something like data equal to, then message, then this message, now you can say the message, let me use, you can say the message equal to hello, this is a JSON, let me say JSON response. Okay, now the next thing you can do is to do something like status success. Let me use small letter, I think success. Then you can also do something like data. So this data, now you're going to be having another dictionary. So this is basically a nested dictionary. So let me just say name is Alex, then let me say major major, let me say physics, then age, I said it's 17 the other time. Okay, well, 167 isn't bad. So now this is my JSON data. Basically this is my JSON data. This is what I want to return. All right, so this JSON, this is a regular Python dictionary. Rather, this is a regular Python dictionary. And if you remember what we did here, this is the Python dictionary. So I'm using JSON.dumps to convert it to JSON data. All right. In this case now, we returned HTTP response initially, but what we want to return now is a JSON response. All right. So you can just say comma JSON response. So this is the JSON response. You can just come here and do something like this. Return JSON response. Then you pass in your data and you are good to go. JSON response. Okay. So yes, if you look at the documentation, very good. So you have the data, any, you have encoder, you have safe, and the dumps params. So we just leave it simple for now. Return JSON response. Initially you are returning HTTP response, but now what you want to return is a JSON response. This comes in handy if you are working with Ajax in your regular Django project. All right, in your regular Django project, if you are working with Ajax, then this comes in very handy. So return JSON response data. Now how do we make this API call? I wrote the view now, but I have not mapped it to any API endpoint. So let me copy the name of this view. Then you come to urls.py. Don't forget, the first thing you have to do is to import it. Then after importing it, you come and create a path for it. So path, you open, then you do something like let me say return maybe JSON response. Okay, so I just want something to, so you bring in the view. Then after bringing in the view, you can optionally add a name. I like to add a name to all my views. So just say JSON response. Okay, so save this. Now that you've saved it, you can come here and copy this. After copying this, come here, then come here. Instead of importing data, we close this one, and boom. Now you can see that this is a JSON response that it is returning. Initially it was returning HTTP response, but now it is returning a JSON response. This is a JSON response that it is returning. Now let us do something really cool. So like I said in the beginning, you can decide to use Postman to be making your API calls, but we want to use Python for this particular tutorial. So this is the function that I wrote, that actually ChatGPT wrote it, that you can use to launch your HTTP request. All right. So if I copy the whole of this, let me bring it down. So launching launching HTTP request in Python. So launching HTTP request in Python, then this is going to be a markdown. So come here and paste this. So this is the base function. All right, this is the base function. So my base function is going to be using the requests library to you see the parameter method is get and all that, the params data, the headers, the authentication. We are going to be using all these things, all of them. So now response equals to this, then it will print the request method and the URL. So it will also print the status code, the status code, which can be 200, 400, or whatsoever. Then it will also print the headers. So if the response or text, if it's getting usable text, then it will just print the response. Then it will catch an exception if any error occurs. Okay, so but one thing I want to do is actually to return the response. So I can just come here and let me say return, no, I can't return it from here. This is where I can return it from. Return, um, let me return response. Okay, if response.text, let me just return the whole response. Okay, let me just return the whole response. So for now, the URL that I want to query, let me remove this path so that it won't mistakenly import at any time. So I've commented this part out, so it is not useful anymore. So now I can copy the whole of this, bring it into my URL over here, paste it. So you can see this is the part API slash return JSON response. Let me see if I can. Okay, return JSON response. Then let me bring it down a bit. So if I should Control X, let me enter this first. So this isn't giving any errors. Then paste it and enter. So see what I'm getting. This is what I'm getting over here. Okay, so the request, it's a get request according to what we are doing over here. Don't forget the method is a get request, and this is the URL, and you can see the status code is 200. If you open my console where I'm having the server, you made a get request, and this is the part that you queried. Okay, and you can see the status over here, it's a 200, which is exactly what I'm getting here. It gets response to this part. Now the headers is what date, Friday 22nd of December. You can see the time that I'm recording. Okay, I'm actually recording GMT plus 1, but it's giving me the time in GMT. So you can see the server, the whiskey server, the whole headers that my backend is sending as a response to this particular request. So now this is the response that it is sending out. Okay, this is the response that it is sending out, and you can see response.txt. Response.txt. This is it over here. Response.txt. So now one thing I can do, since I'm returning response, I can do something like this. So I can say result equal to what? Response. Now I can just say result dict. I can say result JSON. Actually, it should be response.text that I'm going to be returning. Okay, so return none. Okay, so it is either returning response dot text or it is returning none, so you don't have to print this one anymore. So it's either returning response dot text or it is returning none. So run this one. Now after running that one, the next thing I want to do is to do something like, since I've imported JSON upstairs somewhere here, so I don't have to import JSON here anymore. So for me to, I can just say JSON dot. If you remember what we did here, for us to convert from JSON data to a Python dictionary, we have to use JSON dot loads. Okay, so you come here and say JSON dot loads. So loads results JSON. Then um, let me just print. I can just say, let me use this. Copy. Now I can just say if let me leave this for now. Okay, so result dict response copy, then paste. Okay, so run this. So you see what I'm having now. So initially I was having this. Let me response response data. Let me also give it some sort of demarcation. Okay, so you see that I've given it space. I've given it space now. So basically, this is how we are going to be launching all our HTTP requests going further. This is how we are going to be launching it. So if it is going to be returning the response.txt, or it's going to be returning none. So actually, there is a way I can do this. If you returned none, I can just come here and say if results underscore JSON, then let me indent all these ones so they will be optional. Okay, if results.json, okay, I think this is safer. This is safer. Now, you see how I returned a regular JSON response. Okay, now this is a function based Django view. Okay, this view that we just wrote over here, this is function based, a Django view that is function based. If you come here, you will understand more about this are class based views in Django. Then I wrote function based views somewhere here, so you can just check it out. Can just check it out. So JSON response view. This is just a regular Python function based view. So it is easier to return a JSON response since we are working on a with a Python dictionary. Okay, this is a regular Python dictionary, so it is very easy to work with to return the JSON response. All right. So now, returning data from a database isn't very straightforward because it is an object data type and not a dictionary. So we have to do a bit of manipulation. In this case, what I'm returning is just a regular Python dictionary. So pushing everything out to JSON will not be stressful at all. But what if it's an object? Normally, if you are returning anything at all from the database, that admin interface that we went to the other time, this admin interface, if you want to return anything, you might be working on a very robust project where you have multiple data types, like where you have multiple models like students, teachers, courses, and all those things. So if you want to return anything from here, it will be coming as an object. So one way or the other, you have to convert to a dictionary before you can return it as a JSON response. I'm going to be showing you two ways you can do that. So if you come to student, I'm going to be pulling a random student over here. How do I pull it? The first thing I want to do, I have my student imported already. Okay, so instead of returning this one, let me just comment it out. Now I can just do something like let me say single student, okay, equal to, I can do something like student, okay, dot objects dot all. If I say dot all, it will return all the objects. Yeah, it is students that I'm having. Yes. So if I say student dot object dot all, it will return all the students that we have, all of them. It will return all the students, but that is not what I want. So I want to return a random student. So I can do something like order by. Then this order by, I will now say a question mark. So if I put that question mark, it will shuffle all the entries I have. After shuffling the entry, give me the first one. That is what I want to do. So if you see what I'm doing over here, single student dot object dot all. This dot all, it will get all the 201 entries that we have. Order by this question mark, it will shuffle all the requests. Then get me the first one. All right, get me the first one. So the first one that we want to get now, the first one that we want to get, how do we originally it's an object. How do I now convert it into a dictionary? Okay, so I can do something like this. If single student, if single student, meaning if it is a valid data, if it has a valid data which is not none, I can do something like data. um, I have to create an empty dictionary first. So I can just say data equal to an empty dictionary. Then I'll now say data, the field ID equal to single student dot id. Okay, or any field of interest that I have, I can just come here and any field that I want. So I know there is we have first name, so let me pull first underscore name. Then we also have last underscore name. We also have I think we have control D. I'm using control D to highlight the ID and the ID together. So if I should press control D again, it will highlight all the occurrences of ID, which is not what I want. So just this and the next one is what I want. So first name, last name, age, and let me just pull major as well. Control D, major. All right. So okay, so these are the fields that I want. If I want all the fields, if you come to models and I want all the fields, I can just do everything manually like this. There is a way to automate it which is less stressful, but for now, let's just go through this. So if single student, this is what you are going to do for me, okay? I created an empty dictionary first, and outside single student is, I pulled one random student from the database, then I said, if this is returning a valid data, okay? If it's a valid object, just come here and pull the data for me, save it inside this empty dictionary, okay, then return it as a JSON response. Now let us come to our post boy. You know what we used to have there is postman, but I'll call this one post boy. So run this again. Now if you see what I'm having ID of 83, first name Gloria, last name Williams. So from pprint import pprint. So I want to pretty print the response or results. Okay, so you can see I'm having Kimberly now. I'm having Kimberly now. Initially, I had something else. I can't remember what I have. So you can see the first name is what? Kimberly. The last name is Berry. The major, Sojourn. So let me run this again. Let me run this again. Now I'm having Christopher. The major is horticultural therapist. Is there anything like this? Horticultural therapist. It is Python Faker that generated this thing for me. So just manage it for me. So first name is what? Christopher. Last name is McCoy. If I should run it again, it will keep giving it will be giving me a new result every time. You can see the age is 18. The first name is what? Marcus. The last name is Shia. The major is what? Pension scheme manager. So and you can see as a result of all this code that is here, it is generating the headers of the response for me. So you can see what we have over here. Okay, so let us go back. Now this is one way to return objects from the database to convert them to dictionaries, which is what the JSON can easily work with. Now another way to do this will be to use the model to dict method under Django forms. So if you come here to this Django tutorial, I spoke about Django forms somewhere. You can see this Django forms over here. If you want to know more about Django forms, you can just come here. But if you come here, I'm just going to be using it directly from Django.forms. From Django.forms, I think forms dot it should be forms dot models. No, dot models. What am I typing? Models. Import model to dict, exactly. Model to dict. So this model to dict now, how do you use it? So this data, instead of, let me just bring this data down here. Now, instead of doing something like the whole of this, instead of doing this, okay, I'm still going to push this code to this particular file to GitHub. So if you are getting lost at any point, you can easily use it to find yourself. So you can come here, model to dict. So this model to dict, now what you are going to be doing is that you are going to be passing the object inside model to dict, and the object you want to pass into it is single student. Come here, single student. So this is single student that I'm passing into model to dict. Now you can see the instance that we have over here. Okay, so you can see the fields and you can see the exclude. By default, the fields, I think if you don't add anything, let us launch this first. So come here, and so I want to launch this again. So you can see the response data. It is giving me Amanda. The last name is Lambert. Now the address is this. This is the person's address. Now it is giving me this forward slash n because this is an escape character. If you come to strings in Python, you will understand this notation over here. So escape character. This is basically telling you to go to the next line. Let us try it out for better understanding. If you paste this and you run it, so okay, let me use print. So you can see, so print is like this particular character over here, it will go to the next line. All right, so now moving on. So you can see that I didn't specify any fields for model to dict. What he did was that he pulled the object, converted everything, all the fields to a he converted all the fields to a dictionary, then he returned all the fields. Okay, he returned all the fields. If I want to exclude some fields now, for example, the ID, I might want to exclude the ID because I don't want to expose the ID to the user. So I can just come here and if you remember, you can see the instance is the model that we passed in, which is single student. The fields, I can just specify the fields that I want. Okay, then I might decide to use exclude instead of using fields. So I can just come here, exclude, exclude, um, exclude equal to, what am I doing? ID. Okay. If I exclude ID, no, this is where I'm supposed to write the exclude. What am I doing? This is where I'm supposed to write the exclude. Yes. So exclude ID. If I save this, then I come back here to run it again. Come here. So you can see the ID is not here anymore. I've excluded it. I've excluded the ID. Okay. You can see the ID isn't here anymore. Another thing I can do is to come here and just say fields. If the fields I want is only ID, first name, and maybe last name. Okay, so these are the three fields I want. Just the ID, the first name, and the last name. Save this and come back here, come here, then run this again. So you see, I'm having ID, first name, and last name. Okay, the ID, the first name, and the last name. So basically, that is how you convert the object coming from the database to a dictionary. But everything that we have been doing since, it is not a Django Rest Framework API view. So if you are working with Ajax at any point, that is when you use JSON response. I just want to show you how to natively return JSON response in Django. So how do you return an actual REST framework response? So you have to do two things. You have to do two things. The first thing you have to do, actually three. Okay, the first one is a precaution. If you come to settings.py, don't forget the first thing we did was that we registered REST framework as an application inside this particular project. Okay, so if you come to not models, if you come to views, you come here on top, you are going to be importing. You are going to be importing. The first one is REST framework. No, from REST framework dot response import response. Now instead of using JSON response, from now henceforth we are going to be using an actual Django response, Django REST framework response. The next thing that we want to import is that from REST framework dot decorators import API view. Now, we are importing API view and we are importing response. If you remember your decorators very well, decorators are functions that you use to modify the default behavior of a function. Okay, so this API view now, basically, if I use it as a decorator for this particular function, it will convert this function to an actual Django Rest Framework function. Now, how do I do that? I can just come here and say something like this. So on top at API view. So I can optionally pass in HTTP methods. By default, it is any. Alright, by default, if I do not add anything, HTTP methods are the get, the post, the patch, the put, the delete, and all those. So I think we have 11 or 12 of them. So now these are the API views. This is the API view decorator that will convert this JSON response view to an API view. All right. So and instead of returning JSON response, now I'm going to be returning just response. So this response is now coming from Django Rest Framework. All right. So if I should save this, then I come back here. It will still, you won't notice anything here. You won't notice anything here. So if I should, you are saying that it will give me exactly the same thing. It will give me exactly the same thing, but this is an actual REST framework, a REST response, okay, a REST API response. So, and the way you are going to know is that if I copy this part now, copy, and I come to the web browser. Now, notice the way this one is looking. Notice the way this one is looking. So, come here, and if I should paste this and I open it, you can see the way this one is giving me, because this is a Django REST framework response. This is a regular JSON response. This is just a regular native Django JSON response. Okay, but this is an actual REST framework response. All right, so this is one way to know what you are working with. And the view, you can see the name of the view over here. If I should click on it, okay, it is still giving me this back. So you can see the name of the view, the JSON response view. Then you can see the path, okay, API slash return JSON response, and you can see what is giving me ID Julia Gear. If you remember vividly, I'm returning ID first name and last name only. So ID, the first name and the last name. All right. So if I come to options, it's not giving me anything. So the JSON response view, the description, the renderers, and all those rubbish. So just come here, you see it's giving me Dana Gutierrez. If I should load it again, William Griffin. If I should come here and I load it again, it is giving me Tina Rivera. All right, it's giving me Tina Rivera. So if I should, basically, if I should upload this particular project to the cloud and somebody should come to this particular link, this is what is going to be given back to them. So you are going to be doing this a lot. You are going to be doing this a lot. So um, so this HTTP method that we did over here, this method that we did, where are you? Okay, this one that we have over here. So I can come here and give it a list of methods that is going to be. So if I say get only, and if you try to post to this particular method, it will not give you what you want. It will not give you what you want because I've restricted it to only permit get request. So let us come here and try to launch a request that is not a get request. So you see the method is get now. If I should run this, it will give me the normal response, which is the Brian, the Fernandez. Don't forget, it is just giving me. You can see what I'm getting over here. Options only get. Okay, it is only the get option that it is permitting. If I should say post, for example, and I run this, you see the detail method post not allowed, not allowed. It is denying me because the only option available is get. Okay, so apart from post, if I should try to put, I can't put anything. It is still giving me because the method put is not allowed. And you can see that I didn't have to configure this error message. This is one of the perks of using the actual response coming from the Django Rest framework. So if I were using JSON response here, I have to be manually telling the computer that telling the program that if the request.method equal to get and all those things. If you want to know more about the get and the post method, I think I did it somewhere. Get and post method. Yes, you will see it here. Just click on this. You will get more information about the get and the post method. So, well, um, that will be all for writing your first API REST framework view. So this is it basically. So next we are going to be talking about function-based views and class-based views. So what we have been writing since is what we refer to as the function-based views. So where you just have a function, you accept the user's request, then you do whatever logic that you want to do, you return a response. The response in this case can be an HTTP response, a JSON response, or an actual REST response. Okay, so this is what you refer to as a function-based view. Obviously, it's a view that is written in form of a function. So you come to your urls.py, you pass the function as as the view for the path that you are trying to create. All right. So apart from function-based views, we have class-based views. Okay, we have class-based views. So Django REST Framework provides both the function-based views and the class-based views for building API views in Django applications. Each approach has its own set of advantages and use cases, allowing developers to choose the one that fits their preferences and requirements. So we are going to be talking more about the function-based views first. So they are similar to the regular Django views. They are defined as functions that take a request as input and returns a response. So they are concise, straightforward, and often recommended for simple views or when you need fine-grained control over the behavior. All right. So the function-based view is just this thing that I have over here. So this one that I have over here is just the function-based view. So I won't be writing anyone like that anymore. So as for the class-based view, so they are based on Django class-based views but tailored for building APIs. So they provide a more organized and reusable structure, encouraging the use of mixins, inheritance for common functionality and all those things. So they are well suited for complex views that involves multiple HTTP methods or require behavior customization. For example, this by default is going to be giving you a get request, okay? But in the case of the class-based views, you can customize the get, the post, the put, the patch, the delete, all the methods for the class. You can easily modify them and do whatever you want to do. In the case of the function-based view, if you want to do something like that, you have to come here and do something like if the request dot method equal to get, then you come and write the response if it's a get request that gets into this view. But don't forget that the method permitted for this view for now is only the get method, so there's no point writing this one anymore. But the class based views simplifies all these things. So let me come and write a class based view. To write a class-based view, I'm going to be importing something from here. So you can see that from REST framework dot decorators import API view. The next thing that I have to import now is from REST framework dot views. Okay, import API view. API view. So in the case of the function-based view, you use API view as a decorator to decorate the function, but in the case of class-based views, yeah, it's based on inheritance basically. So let me say class um, class-based view example. Okay. So you are going to be inheriting from API view. So you bring in the API view into this place, and now you can start. Now to write the get part of this particular view, you can do something like def get. Okay, so you can say self comma request. Then you can now return the response. You can say data equal to, you write a regular Python dictionary message. So normally you're supposed to bring in whatever logic. You understand? What you're supposed to write here is the view logic. The view logic is what you're supposed to write. So I'm just using this as an example. It can be way complex or simple. So message, I can say this is a class based view. You can say, oh, I don't need a formatted string. This is a class based view. Get response. Okay. So after that, let's just return the response like that. Just keep it simple. Okay. So return response. Don't forget what you are returning is the REST response. Okay, you can return HTTP JSON response, but the one we are returning is this response over here coming from the REST framework. Don't forget. So in the case of the class-based view, instead of you using a decorator, you are going to be using the API view. Then your class-based view will be inheriting from API view. So return response, and the response you are returning is data. Okay, so this is the get part. Okay, if they are making a get request, this is what they will get. But if they are making a post request, copy. What if they are making a post request? Okay, so the post request, post. Okay, so that is it basically. That is all we have to do. So I've shown you how to map your function based view to a URL endpoint. So how can you map your class based views? Class based views example. So let's come here and create a new path, and let's say the path is going to be class based view example. All right, example. So come here, don't forget class based view example dot as underscore view. So what am I doing? Okay, so now you're going to add name equal to, you can just say class based view example. All right, so just keep it simple. If I should save this, don't forget in this sole function, in this sole class, I'm having a get response and I'm also having a post response. All right, so come here. What is the URL path? urls.py. Okay, cbv example. So copy this and I think yes, paste it here. So run it. Now if you check the response, now the reason why it's telling me that the put method isn't allowed is because I did not define a put method for the class. Okay, no, not for the models. For this class I didn't define a put method. The two methods that I defined for this class, just the get method and the post method. All right, just the get and the post method. So I have to come back here and change this to maybe the get method. So if I should run this get method, you can see that the get, the post are the only methods that are allowed, get and post. So and you can see, you can see message, this is a class based view get response. What if I should make a post and I run it? You see a post response. All right, so this is working just fine. Basically that is how you write a class based view. That is how you write a class based view. And both the function based view and the class based views can handle various http methods: get, post, put, delete, and just name it. So all you have to do is just to come here and implement the get part, the post part. You can also like the put part as well, the put. All right, self request. So let's just, this is the put response. So I save this, come back here and put, run this. You see, put is not allowed because I have defined it. Okay, you can also implement the delete method as well. So in summary, function-based views, they offer simplicity and flexibility for straightforward cases, while class-based views provide a more structured and reusable approach for complex scenarios. Okay, the choice between them often depends on the specific requirements of the API view being developed. So many developers, they prefer the clarity of function-based views, like I do, for simple cases, and the structure of the class-based views for complex scenarios. Sometimes even in complex scenarios, I still want to use the function-based views. But like I said, it is based on preference and requirement. Just know what you are supposed to use. So the Django Rest Framework empowers developers to use either approach based on their preferences and the need of of their project. Okay, so two things to consider: the preference and the needs of the project. So whichever one works for you is totally fine. Now let us implement a CRUD system. A CRUD system. So in Python, what we refer to as CRUD is create, read, update, and delete. All right, create, read, update, and delete. Now, if you come here, we have this student over here. We have student over here. So the one that we used when we were trying to write the view with which we can import student is we used this create. Okay, what we did was that we created. CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete. All right. So how can you implement it using the API? So you can use a function based view. You can also use a class based view. All right. But in this case, I'm going to be using a function based view. Then I will show you how you can convert it to a class based view. It is very, very straightforward and very simple as well. Okay. So what I will do is that I'm going to be creating another model. All right. I'll call the model product. I'll call the model product. Actually, I'm tempted to create another application. I think it will be better for us to create a new app. So we we have everything in another environment. Copy ls. So I have my manage.py in this current directory. So what I can do is Python manage.py run server. No, start app rather. Start app, and the app is going to be product, or let me say products. Okay, so you can see product over here. So now the next thing I want to do is now that I have created my product, I have to register it in the to the main project basically. So you come to backend, come to settings, then comma product. So for this product, I have to also go to the urls.py. So copy. So actually, let me say API slash products. API slash products. So this should be products dot urls. Why is this shouting? Okay, yes. So if I save this API slash product, it's going to be taking me to product.urls. So ordinary API, if it is not slash product, then it will be taking me. If it is not slash product, then it will just go to API straight away. So basically, what will happen is that this path is going to be leading to the urls.py that we had initially. This one over here. But the second one, this one, this one over here is going to be leading us to the one that we will create just now, which is for product urls.py. Okay, so let me leave this for now, then I can close all these other ones. Okay, so products. Now the first thing I want to do is to go to the models under product and create a simple product. All right, so the class product, no, it should be capital letter, product. So this product, now I can do models dot model. So for the fields, no, it should be this. As for the fields, I'm going to be having name, which will be the product name. So models dot a character field, and the maximum length is going to be equal to maybe 100. Let me do 100. Then I can have the description equal to models dot say text field. So this text field now, it doesn't have any. So after description, price, so this price now I'm going to be having models dot decimal field. So after the decimal field, let me say the maximum digits should be equal to 8. Then the decimal places will be 2. Decimal places will be 2. Then the next thing I want to do is quantity equal to models dot positive integer field. Okay, you can see positive small integer, positive integer field, and all those things. All of them have their restrictions, so you just have to know the appropriate one to use in every scenario. So positive integer field. Now this positive integer field, I have name, I have description, I have price, and I have quantity. Okay, so the next thing to do is to register this model in the database. Don't forget, you make migrations, then you migrate. So come here, Python manage.py, make migrations, enter. I'm having okay, the URL patterns again. No problem, I know what to do. So here, come under views.py, does def product index. So this product index is going to be taking user requests, then it will return from, let me just copy it from this other views. This is everything I need. I don't need any other thing here. Okay, so now return response. So this response now, what do you want to return? Let me just return a string. No, I have to return a dictionary actually. I can say message, then this is the product base URL. Okay, actually I'm going to be changing this later, so don't forget, I have to decorate it using the API view. Okay, now this is a valid view. The next thing I have to do is to bring it into my URLs. So come to urls.py. I think this is what I need. Come here, urls.py for products. Come here. So URL patterns equal to, so this URL patterns path from views import product index. So path, then product index name is equal to product home. Alright, so I think we are good to go now. Come here. Yes, so we have made migrations, and if you come here, you have a py cache over here. So the next thing we have to do is just to migrate. Python manage.py, then migrate. Okay, so now the migration is live, but before we can see it in the admin interface, we have to register it here from .models import product. So admin dot site dot register, then what do you want to register? Products. Okay, save this one and come here. If I should reload, no, my server isn't running, so run server, yes. So you see, now I can come here and reload. You see, I have product. This is an API app. Authentication and authorization is also an app. This is product. So if I come to products, you can see I can come here to add a new product. If I want to add a new product, I can just say I can't remember the name of that API where you can get free products. I think it is JSON. Yes, I think dummy JSON. Yes. So this is dummy JSON. Let me just query it for products. Come here. Okay, very good. So let me just use some of this. So an Apple Watch. This is one of the advantages of using Mozilla Firefox to query an API if it is a GET request you are trying to make. Okay, so for GET request, it will present it properly as an it will format it properly basically. So we have iPhone 9. Come here, iPhone 9. Then for the description, an Apple mobile watch, nothing like Apple. Copy, come here and paste it. Then as for the price, what is the price they are giving here? 549. 549. Then for the quantity available, they are not giving me quantity. Okay, stock 94. So the stock is 94. If I should save this, you see I have a product, but you see that it's saying product object. So the way to rectify that is not an error actually, but it is just nice for you to display the name of the product. So def underscore underscore str underscore underscore self, then basically the string representation of the class. So you say return a formatted string, then actually since this is the only thing we are going to be returning, just self dot name. So save this and come back here. If I should reload, you see it is giving me iPhone 9 instead of Python object. All right, so instead of product object rather. So that is, it shows that the model is working fine now. So let's go and set up the CRUD system. Don't forget your CRUD system is create, read, update and delete. So now go to views.py. I'm going to be using two function based views to set up the whole CRUD system. So I'm going to do something like this. Def, let me say product underscore lists. Okay, this is going to be giving us the list of all the products that we have. So request, then you can do something like if request dot method equal to get. Okay, if it's a get method, what do we want to do? You can say products equal to products. No, I've not imported products from dot models import products. Okay, so this is product dot objects dot all. If you remember, I said object dot all we is going to pull all the instances of products that we have in the database. That is what object dot all is going to do. So after saying object dot all, so the next thing that you want to do is to create a dictionary. So it is going to be in form of a list comprehension actually. So you can do something like product don't forget what you are going to be getting from your database are objects. Okay, what you are going to be getting from the database is an object, but you don't want an object. What you want is a dictionary. So basically what you are going to be returning to the user now is a list of dictionaries. All right, so for the product data, we are going to be having, I'm going to be using list compression. So I will say for products, can say for products in products. So products, copy, and products. So for products and products, then come here and start a dictionary. You're going to do something like the ID, the ID. So this will be products dot ID. Then another thing that you want to pull after ID, you might want to pull description too. So description, you can say product dot description. Then let's just put price and quantity. Let's also put price and quantity. I can just copy the whole of this actually. Copy and paste. So pulling price and quantity now. So ID price, then control D quantity, price and quantity. So I'm supposed to have a comma here. Okay, so this is list comprehension I'm doing over here. I might as well do it with using a for loop. I'll just say, I'll do something like I can say data equal to an empty list. Okay, then I'll now say for products, for products in products, then I'll now say temp equal to this dictionary that I have over here. Copy. I'll say temp will be equal to that dictionary. Then after that, let me make this thing look nicer. So I will say temp will be equal to this dictionary. Don't forget this dictionary is pulling data from this product. Then you will now say data dot append temp. Okay, so basically the data we are pulling from the database is coming as an object, but we need a way to convert it to a dictionary, which is what we can send out as an API response. So I'm using this comprehension over here, just one line. This will save memory. This will save memory compared to using a for loop. All right, so I will advise you to use list comprehension instead. Many people run away from it, but trust me, it is not difficult. So you can just go ahead with list comprehension. Okay, so let me just comment this out. So when I upload this file, you will be able to see the two of them. So after getting your product data, the next thing you want to do is just to return response. So return response product data. No, this is not what I want to do. Close this. Product data. Okay, so that is for product list. Don't forget this is an API view. Okay, this is an API view. So but don't forget this is the get part of it. Okay, this is the get part, and the only two methods that we are allowing for this one is just get and post. So they are sending us a get request. This is the response to their get request. Okay, this is will be the response to their get request. What if they are sending us a post method? Now let us write the response to the post request. So you can decide to say to use elif. So elif request dot method equal to post. What do you want to happen? So if it is a post request, um, so you can do something like data equal to request dot data. Now I want to assume that anybody that is sending a particular request to this particular function, if you are sending a post request, then perhaps if you are sending a get request, you want to get all the products available, but if you are sending a post request, you want to create a new product. That is what I want to assume. So the get request, I'm using it to pull all the products available, then I'm sending it back to you. For the post request, I'm getting the data that you sent to me, then I'll use it to create another product. Okay, so this will be request.data. Then you can say products equal to a new product. Okay, and the new product is going to be, I can say name equal to data name. Okay, so what you are going to be sending me basically is going to be carrying name, and it's going to be carrying description, price, and quantity. Those are all you have to send me. So name, so the next one is description, then we have control D, price, then the last one control D, quantity. Okay, so that is what you are going to be sending me. That's what you're going to be sending me. Then after that, the next thing that is going to be happening is that I'm going to be saving this. So all I have to do is just say product dot save, and it saves it to the database, and that is it. And it saves it to the database. Now I might just want to return just the product.id. That I want to return is just the product.id. That is all I want to return, just product.id, only the ID of the product. So I can just say output equal to, don't forget it has to be a dictionary. Then you come and say message, the message product created successfully. Alright, then you can say new ID. So the new ID is going to be this product.id, product.id, but please make sure that you save the product first. You have to save the product first before you be talking of the ID. You have to save the product first. So that is it basically. You save, and another thing you can do is to return response. After returning response, the response you are returning is output first. That is the data that you are passing out. Then another thing that you want to return, you can say status equal to, I have to import status upstairs from rest framework. Import status. So come here, status equals to status dots. So it's 200. Okay, that I want to show the user, since actually it should be 201 created, yes, because we are creating something new. Okay, so that is it basically for the get and the post. So for this particular function, I'm handling two endpoints. The first endpoint, actually to be the same endpoint but different post methods, different request methods. I'm going to be handling the get request and the post request. If you are posting into this particular view, then you are going to be creating a new product basically. But if you are sending a get request, it will get all the products available for you. So I have to write another function now. I have to write another function now. So that function, I can say product detail, def product underscore detail. So for this product detail, don't forget, you're going to be accepting the request. So after accepting the request, so the API view, the API view at API view. So this API view, the methods allowed, get, put, and delete. So get, put, and delete. Okay. So get is to get a single product. Put basically is to modify a product. Delete is to remove the product from the database. So I will now say something for this product detail now. Actually, for the product detail, I'm accepting both the request and PK, which is the primary key. I'm going to be showing you how you can add how the user can pass in data through the URL to you. So product detail, request, and PK. Okay. So for request and PK now, you're going to, let me say, try. So I can say products. Instead of using the try except, you can also use the get object of 404. Okay. So you can say product equal to product dot object dot get. So I can say pk equal to pk. So basically you are going to be getting a single product. A single product, that is what you're going to be getting, just one single product. So now what are you going to accept? What you're going to accept basically is product dot does not exist. So this is an error that is because you are inheriting from Django models.model, the error comes in as part of what you are inheriting. So product that does not exist, then just return. That is what I want. So before you do anything at all, before you do anything at all, what I want you to do is to pull that single product. If the product doesn't exist, then just throw up and return. So I'm going to return a response, and the response I want to return is just the status only. Status equal to status dot 404 404 404. Yes, not found. So that is what I want to return. Now what if peradventure the product exists? Now if request dot method equal to get, okay, if request dot method equal to get, basically I want to get that particular product. I want to get that particular product. So one thing I can do is to use the model to dict. I can use model to dict. I can use model to dict. So let me just use model to dict from Django dot forms dot models import model to dict. So I won't have to be doing it manually. So I can just say product data equal to model to dict. Okay. So this model to dict now, I'm going to be passing in products. Don't forget what I'm passing in is this product over here. Okay. So anything that the function will not run up to this moment unless you actually have a product over here. Okay, unless you have a product. So model to dict product, so it will convert the product to a model, then I can return that model directly. So instead of having to convert it manually using a dictionary, so return response. So just product data, return response product data. Now, if the method is a if you are making a get request, this is what you are going to be getting. But elif elif request dot method equal to put equal to put. If it is a put method, then basically we want to modify the existing record. So don't forget, we have used this pk to signify the product of interest. So what do we want to do now? We will say data equal to request dot data. That is the request that we are getting from the user. Now, the next thing we want to do, we can do something like product dot name equal to the data we are getting from the user, then name. Okay, so the user have to give us all. Well, there are so many ways to write this particular function since we want to modify. So we can check if the user is giving us name. If the name exists, then say product.name. Let's just continue. We will see what I'm talking about now. Copy, then paste. So the first one will be name. The second one will be description, price, and quantity. Description, then control D, price, then the last one is going to be quantity. Okay, quantity. So now that we have done the four of them, the next thing you want to do basically is to save the data. Product.save. So for this particular put method, the user has to give us the updated value for all the fields. I think we have another method that we call patch. So for that particular patch method, basically the user will have to give us this pk, and the user will have to give us one of this field, just one, two, three, or all of them. Any one the user should give us. We will write the code in such a way that if name exists, then modify name. If description exists, modify description. If the price exists, modify price, and like that. So you save the product. Then after saving the product, you can just return the product data. Then you can return the product data. So you can say um, product, or you can say p data equal to, let me see, use this model to dict. Copy. Let me also use model to dict. So don't forget that don't forget that this product that I have over here, this is where I'm pulling it from. This product over here, this is where I'm pulling it from. So just take note. After that, the product data is going to be this product. I'll pass it into model to dict, then I will return it. So then after returning it, the next thing I want to do is to return response, then product data, what I did here basically. Another thing I can actually do is this. So product updated successfully, then the new id, or let me say product id equal to this product that I have dot id. Okay, I can also do that to keep it simple. So I'm going to be returning product.data, then I think there should be a status equal to status dot, that should be okay. So I think this is the one that will be returned by default. So I've done for put. Now the last one to be done is for delete, and the delete is the easiest actually. So elif request dot method equal to the delete. So if it is a delete method, then what do I want to do? Just product dot delete, and that is all. Product dot delete. So then you can return copy product dot delete. So you're not returning anything. All you want to return now is just no content. Yes, 204, no content. So now after doing all of this, I wrote all the whole CRUD setup. I wrote it in two different functions. I said product list, you're going to be having the get and the post method. The get is to get all the products, the post is to create a new product. Now for the product detail, you have the get to get a single product, put to modify a product, delete to remove the product, to destroy the product. So if you come to urls.py, the first thing that we want to do is to do something like let me come here and product comma product detail product list. So come here and say path. So for this path now I can say all, don't forget all, then comma product list comma name equal to product, no, let me use small letter, product list. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is almost similar. Copy all single. So this will be product detail, then product detail. All right, so I think everything is good to go now. Everything is good to go now. So the first thing we want to do is to use this all. That's the first thing we want to do. So if I copy this one and I come to my post boy, don't forget I said post boy. Come here. Yes. So that will be product API slash product slash all. Okay, it's telling me that put is not allowed. No problem. Don't forget, for the first one, it is only post and get that we allowed. If you come to models, no, views.py, it is only post and get. If you come here, you see, it's only get and post that we have. Okay, only get and post. So the put will not work. And don't forget, if you come to backend urls.py, API slash product is going to be routing the user to product URLs. Okay, so but if it doesn't have any product, if it doesn't have product, then obviously it will go to the normal API. So come back here. Now I have method put not allowed. If I should come here and I run this again, it's still telling me okay, I'm supposed to get. So you can see what I'm having now. The description, and Apple Mobile is nothing like Apple. So ID is 1, the price is what, 549, and the quantity is 94, which is exactly what we set over here, which is what we set over here. If you look at it very well, which is what we set over here. So now it shows that the post method is working. If I should come here, I copy the whole of this and I come to this place. So you can see what I'm having over here. You can see what I'm having. So because it's a REST view, it's a REST view, and the name of the view is product list. If you come here, um, it's product list basically. So now we come back here. The next thing I want us to do is to try to post data. All right, try to post data. And if you come here, you see that all I have to do for the data, I'll just say data equal to data. Okay, just say data equal to data. So come here and so before making the request, let me copy this so I can just use this. Copy, then I can say data equal to this. So I have ID. I'm not going to be passing ID into it. I'm not going to be passing ID. So if you look at the method that we want to use to create a new object, you can see the post. What we are passing is name, description, price, and quantity. It is not giving me. It is not giving me the name over here. Why? Oh, I didn't return the name from this list, so I'm supposed to do something like this. Copy. You can see the advantage of the model to dict. It won't have made that mistake. So um, copy. So you have Control D name. Okay. So save this. So come back here. If I should run this like this, yes, it's giving me the name, the price, the quantity, and the description. So let me just copy the whole of this. So now I want to create another. I want to create a new product. How do I do that? So for me to create a new product, I am not doing ID. I'm not doing ID. Control Z. I'm not adding the ID. So it's just description, name, price, and quantity that I have to add. Okay, just description, name, price, and quantity. And if you come here to the function that is supposed to create the new product, you see what we are doing over here. So come here and description, name, price, and quantity. So let me go back to this one. Let me just say iPhone X, copy. So that will be the name. Then for the description, sim free. Okay, I think it has more description. I think the more description is if I view that single product. So come here. Okay. So the next thing we do is the name, the description. Then I'm using this symbol over here so that I can push the string to the next line. So I don't want it to overflow the current line. Then the price is 899 and the stock is 34. The price is 899 and the stock is 24. Don't forget it is a post request, and for me to pass this data into my post request, I'm going to be doing I think what I'm supposed to pass in is params. So params post, then params equal to data. I, I'm not sure which one of the two it is, but I'm sure it's one of the two, params or data. But let's just check. So params and data. If I should run this, okay, then it should be under data. It should be under data. Data. Okay, you can see product created successfully, and the new product ID is 2. If you come here, where is it? This is post over here. Message product created successfully. The new ID is what? The product.id that we are going to be generating. Okay, so that is it basically. This product is going to create a new product. After you save that particular product, the product will now have an ID. Okay, so that ID now is what we are returning. And if you come here, you will see that the ID is 2. The ID is 2. So that is how to do. If you come under product over here, if I should reload, you see that I have a new product now, iPhone X, and I created the product over the API. I created the product over the API. You can see the link that I used to create the product as a post request, don't forget. So now that I have created that one, let me create one more let me create one more phone. So let me say Samsung Universe 9. So for this Samsung Universe 9, that will be the name of the phone. Then if I come to the description, copy, come here. So for the price and the quantity, the price is what? 12.49. The stock is 36. So the price is 12.49. The stock is 46. Something must be wrong somewhere. Okay, I think I know what is wrong. So let me use this instead. Okay, yes. So now if I should post this again, you see, product created successfully. This time the new ID is 3. If you come here and you reload, you see Samsung Universe 9. It shows that the CRUD system is working fine. It shows that the CRUD system is working fine. So that is how to do the create part. So the get part and the create part. The get part is supposed to get all the data. The create part is going to create a new data. So let us go back to get the data. I don't need this anymore. let me let me copy the whole of this, copy, and let me add a new cell. So this one will be to get. If I want to get, where are you? Okay, I don't need this data. All I want to do is just to get. So to get this data is as good as useless. If I should run this, you see now that three different I have three objects now, three products. The first one, description, an Apple mobile watch. The second one, description, is this. Then the third one, this is the description. So that is it basically. That is it basically. So now that is for the get and the that is for this first method. Now let's work on this second one. So get, put, and delete. So if you come to actually this pk, when we did the URLs, we didn't do the URL configuration for that pk, and all we have to do is single just say integer then pk, integer then pk, and that is it. And that is it. So if you come to URL configurations here in Django, if you come to URL configurations, you will understand it better. If you come to URL configurations, you will understand it better. So come here now. So instead of saying all, now I'm going to be saying single slash then pk. So let me make a get request using this single slash pk. So for me to make that get request, come to my post boy, then let me copy this, let me open another one, paste it. So for this, I don't need this, I don't need this. So this is going to be, instead of all, single slash then the ID, the product ID. Let me say ID of 2, for example, 2. Don't forget it's a get request. If I should come here and I'm having one issue. Okay, so checking my urls.py, I think Django is merciful enough to tell me where I made the mistake. So I'm supposed to close this, and that is it. That is it. So we move on, and I think this should be working fine now. So I don't need this anymore. Shift enter. I think everything is exactly. So everything is back to normal. So single slash 2 is giving me the product with the ID of 2. What if I say single slash 3? You see, it's giving me the one with the ID of 3. So that is how to get the data that you want, how to make the get request for a single data. Now, what if I want to modify a particular, if I want to modify one, if I come here and come to model, no, mm, now for this put method, which is obviously to modify the data, okay, if I come here and I want to modify, for example, this particular one over here, what do I do? If I want to modify it, I'll just copy this, then I can come here. Let me copy the whole of this. So plus paste it. For me to modify that data, I can just come here, copy this, and so this will be data equal to. So for the description that I want, let me take this one out. So also the ID, you don't modify ID. So for the Samsung universe, let me say Samsung universe 10. Then maybe Samsung new variant which goes beyond Galaxy to the maybe A series. Okay. So initially, see what we used to have, but now I want to make some modifications. This is 1249. Let me make this 1049. The stock, let me reduce it to maybe 41. Okay, 41. So if I should save this and I make a new request, so the method is going to be put. Don't forget, it's going to be put. So just put. For the put method, don't forget it's a put request. Okay, I'm not sending it together with this data. Data equal to data. I didn't send. Don't forget the put request. You have to send data. You have to. Although another thing that you can do, you can see this error that we encountered now. One thing you can do is to ensure that data is present. So you can write an if statement here to check if data is present. Okay. You can see that I didn't send any data now, so the program is shouting. So you can use a try catch. You can use a try catch here, and it's going to catch whatever exceptions for you and throw the exceptions back to the user. So, but I'll just leave that out for now. So if I should run this, I'm still having an error somewhere. Let me just check my console. So product data is referenced before assignment. So product data, where is the product data? Okay, I think it's this one over here. So this modification, I think the modification have happened. So for example, come here to pull this one. So you can see to the A series, and the ID is what, 3 Samsung Universe 10. Even though it threw up, it have already done the modification, but where we are having issues is this product data over here. So basically what he wants us to do, um, actually what we are supposed to return here is output. This output over here, product updated successfully. Okay, that is what we are supposed to return, not product data, output. Okay, the other time when we created the output, what we are supposed to return is the output, not the product data. All right, not the product data. This is where we return the product data. I think I copied it and I changed the status, but I didn't change this one, so please change it on your end. So come back here, then if you come to this last one, you run this again, you see product updated successfully. So I've updated it twice now, so let me update it for the last time. So instead of Samsung Universe 10, if I should come here to request for the current state of the product, you can see I'm getting Samsung Universe 10. So let me make a bit of modifications here. Instead of Universe 10, let me do Universe 23. Then the stock, let me say this is 11, maybe 42. Then for the quantity, let me do maybe 35. So I've saved it now. I've saved it now. If I should launch this, don't forget the method is a put method. and I'm passing this data into my request. So if I should run this, you see product updated successfully. So if I should come here to check the current state of the product, you see you see 11:42:35 and Samsung Universe 23, which is exactly what we want. All right. So the next thing to do now is the next one to check for is the delete method, this method over here. So let me delete that same one. So all I have to do is just to copy the whole of this. Let me create another. So I don't need this. So I also don't need this. This is going to be delete. Okay. So and that is all. If I come here, what is it going to be returning? Just no content. All right. But although we can actually, well, since it has no content, there's no point. So the delete method, if I should run this, you see the request is a delete method. All right. It's a delete method. So um there's no response. Basically there's no response. So come here, if I should try to get this particular product, the program will throw up. So instead, let me come here. Where is it? Okay, if I should try to run this one now, see the status code is 404, and the reason is because the product cannot be found. So the product cannot be found. But if I should come here and I try to get all the products, you can see it is giving me only 1 and 2. It is not giving me 3 anymore because I used this last method over here to delete that one. So that is how to set up a CRUD system in your application. That is how to set up a CRUD system in your applications. Serializers in Django Rest Framework are a fundamental component for converting complex data types, such as Django Models or Queryset, into Python data types that can be easily rendered into JSON or other content types. They also handle the reverse process, which involves deserializing JSON data into Python data types suitable for processing and storing in the database. Now, if you look at what we did over here the other time, where we had to convert forward and backward from JSON to the Python string, then from JSON to the Python dictionary, from the Python dictionary back to JSON. So the serializer handles a lot of things for us. It does like a lot of things for us. It handles everything for us. It makes life easier. All you have to do is just to patch one or two things together and your serializer is good to go. So to create a serializer in Django Rest Framework, you typically define a class that inherits from serializers.serializer or one of its subclasses, such as serializers.model serializer for working with Django models. Alright, so you really will have to create a serializer without associating it with a Django model, but if you have to, it is doable. You can just come to, if you come to DRF documentation, I would highly recommend everybody to not never stray too far from this documentation because there is hardly any problem you will encounter in Django REST framework that is not solved over here. So if you come to the API guide, you will see serializers. So you can see the serializers over here. So whatever you want to do with the serializer, you have the reference over here. But for this tutorial, I'm just going to be creating a serializer that you will associate with a model. Okay, with a model. So the serializer that we'll be creating is for the product model that we just created. If you come to product, you come to models.py, this model over here. Okay, the serializer we create will be for that model. So come here, create a new file, call it serializers .py. Serializers.py. So the first thing you want to do is that from REST framework import serializers. Okay. Then the next thing you want to do from dot models import. What do you want to import? Just the what you want to import is the model that you created, which is in this case is product. So now, how do you now create the serializer? I have my product and I have the serializer class from Django Rest Framework. So basically, I have to create a class that has the two of them. So product, you say class product serializer, all right? Product serializer. Then you do something like serializers dot model serializer. Then you now say class meta. Then in this class meta, model will be equal to product. Then fields. You can say the fields should be underscore underscore all underscore underscore. So what you are taking into account, you are taking into account all the fields available. That is what you are taking into account. So now, how do you use this serializer now? How do you use the serializer? So this serializer, we can use it to do all the create, read, update, and delete that we did initially. We can use it to create it. So how do we do that? Very simple. You come into the model. Where is the model? Where is the model? You come into the model. No, you come into the views rather. So in these views, from dot serializers import product serializer. Import product serializer. So now that we have our product serializer, so for the product list, I'm going to be making the modifications inline over here. For the product list, which is what we have on this dev product over here, instead of doing all these ones, we have the serializer to do everything for us. So we can just let me comment this one out. After saying product equals to product.objects.all, the next thing you want to do is to do something like serializer equal to product serializer. Then you pass in the list of products that you have. Then since the product that you are passing many products, many objects, you will now say many equal to true, and that is it. Just come here, and after that, for the response, what you are going to be returning is serializer dot data, and you are good to go. Serializer dot data, and you are good to go. Let's test it. So come here and get all. Where is the get all? This is all over here, and this is the get method. Okay. So come here and run it. What am I getting? Get all. Come here. It is meeting the meta attributes. Where is the serializer? Okay, I think this is supposed to be capital letter. Good. So it should be capital letter. Should be capital letter. So come back here to run this. Okay, very good. You can see it is working fine now. So an Apple mobile, which is nothing like Apple, which is exactly what we want. Okay, this is exactly what we want. So that is for creating the using the serializer basically to return all the data. That is how you do that. So to create a new product using the serializer, you will do something like this. So creating the product is what we want to do here. You will say serializer equal to product product serializer. Then you will say data equal to request dot data, basically what you have here. request.data. Then after doing that, the next thing you want to do, you will now say if the serializer is valid, then save it. If the serializer is valid, then save it. So you will do something like if, don't forget that you're also going to be having request.data. So data equal to, so I'll comment this out as well. So when you are using this particular file on the GitHub, then you won't be confused. So if the serializer dot is underscore valid, if the serializer is valid, then all we have to do is just serializer dot save, serializer dot save. Then after saving it, the next thing we want to do is to return um, serializer.data, then the status of HTTP 201. Okay, return response, then serializer.data, then you can say status dot HTTP 201. Okay, but if the serializer is not valid, I can do something like just return serializers.errors http 400 bad requests 400. Now you see one advantage that we have using a serializer. This serializer has the errors inbuilt. So if for one reason or the other the values that the user is passing to you is not valid, it will not throw up your project, your code. It will not throw up your code, even if you are not using the serializer, you can always hard code it. But the serializer has everything inbuilt, so just use it. So save this, and this is for creating a new data. So let's try to work with it. So for this one, I'm going to be doing posts. Okay, so for this post now, let me come here and do this. So this will be the name of my product. This will be the name of my product. This will be the name. Then this is going to be the description of my product. This will be the description. Then for the price and the quantity, for the price and the quantity, the price is what? 280. The quantity is 123. So price is 280. The quantity is what? 123. Now see that I have everything set over here now, and this is the post method. And don't forget, I have to do data equal to data. All right, I have to do data equal to data. So I'm saving it now. Let me take away the price, for example, and let me also take away the quantity. So the only thing that I'm passing to my serializer is description and name. Okay, save, and let me run this. If I'm running it, shift enter. Exactly. So you see the response that it's giving me. It is telling me status code. The status code is a 400. Okay, and it's telling me that price, this field is required. Quantity, this field is required. So you see that this is one of the advantages of using serializers. Okay, this is one of the advantages of using serializers. The price, this field is required. Quantity, this field is required. If you come to your console, it is only showing you 400 bad requests, but it is not throwing up. Your code is not throwing up. So now let me add this and add this. So if I add the two of them and enter, so you can see now that it is creating it. Response.data, you can see it is creating it. So this is coming from the serializer.data that we sent as response. This is where it is coming from. So now the next thing that we want to do now is to use the serializer to also modify getting a single product. What happened here? Okay, I'm supposed to comment all these ones out. I'm sorry about that. I'm supposed to comment it out since I've returned this one already here. So you see that with the serializer, I'm even writing less lines of code with the serializer because a lot of things have been done on the serializer already. So for to get a single product using the serializer, the same thing that I did here, I think is what I want to do. The same thing I did here is what I want to do. So I will get, let me copy this first. To get a single product, so object.get, so the pk equal to pk. So the serializer, this one is going to be products. So I don't need model dict anymore. So this will be serializer.data. Okay. So that will be serializer.data. Then product serializer, you pass in products. And that will be all. So come here and let us try to get a single product. If you come here, the ID of this product is 4. So let me use 4. So this is 4. I'm making a get request to the URL for single, and if I should run this one, um, you can see it is giving me that particular product back. Okay, so now let us work on the put method that we are using for modifying the data. Don't forget the put method that we are using to modify the data. Now the same thing that we did starting from here is what we are going to be doing. So let me comment all these ones out. So don't forget, I'm getting pk from the URL. So serializer equal to product serializer. You pass in the product that you want to serialize. All right. So after passing in that product, you are also going to be passing in the data that the user is giving you. So instead of doing all these ones manually, the serializer will do it for you automatically. So you now say data equal to serializer equal to request.data. Okay, so the user is giving you this request.data. Now if the serializer is valid, you save it. All right, exactly what we did over here. Where is it? So if the serializer is valid, so that is for put. If the serializer is valid, then save it. So but this is going to be, I think, 200. Okay, 200. Okay, so but if the serializer has any errors, then just return a 400 bad request, and that will be it. So come here and let me modify this a bit. So this will be 4. So for this 4, let me copy then paste. So you don't modify id. So for the name, instead of 280, for the price rather, instead of 280, let me do 73. Then for the quantity, 24. So single dot 4, make the, Okay, very good. So now you can see that now that it is 73 and the quantity is what, 24, which is exactly what we want. So the serializer is working for the updates. Now the last one that we want to work on is the delete. So for the delete, you don't need a serializer for the delete actually. You don't need a serializer for the delete. You can just use the default use the product to delete itself like that. Now you see that this serializer that we created, it's a very simple one. You can see this serializer that we created, everything is basically the default configuration of a regular serializer, but for one reason or the other you might have to modify the serializer. You might have to make a bit of modifications to the way the serializer presents itself and all that. Okay, so what can we do? What can we do? So in the Django Rest frameworks, the serializer allow you to make modifications, and the modification that we want to do to this particular serializer is that we will exclude the ID field, add an on sale field, and if the product is on sale, we include a sale price field, which is 20% reduction in the original price. Okay. Now, how do you do that? The first thing that you want to do is that in this product serializer, I'm going to be adding on sale, on underscore sale, equal to serializers dot boolean field. So this boolean field now, I will default it to true. Okay, I'll default it to false rather. So, and I will say write only, which is true. All right. So this write only means that you can only write it, you cannot read the data. So now I also have the sale price. So for the sale price, I can say serializers dot serializer method field. So this serializer method field now, I can say read only equal to true. Okay, so you telling the product serializer that this particular field is a serializer method field. Now you have to tell this serializer how to generate the field, the value for this particular field. And how do you generate the value for this particular field? All you have to do is just to say def. You have to write a new class method. You have to write a new class method. So you say def get underscore then whatever is the name of the field. Okay, in this case it's going to be def get sale price. Then you're going to be saying self. Then you're also going to be getting the object. Okay, so after getting the self and the object, you will now say if the object dot on underscore sale, which means that if the object is on sale, if the value of this is set to true, then original price, the original price is going to be equal to the object dot the price. Don't forget that the price is coming from here. You see this price, that is where it is coming from. So it's going to be price. Now the sale price is going to be 20% reduction, which is the original price. The original price minus, then you will now say 0.2 multiplied by the original price, which is the 20% reduction. Okay, then after that you return round the sale price comma 2. All right, so but if the obj is not on sale, if the product is not on sale, you return none, and that is it. So you have successfully generated the field the value for sale price. Okay, so there are so many ways you can augment this particular there are so many ways you can augment your product serializer. So many ways to do this, but for now, I'm just showing you how the possibilities that you have. So apart from this one, I also want to add the CRUD URLs. All right, I want to add the CRUD URLs. I want to write the CRUD URLs. So now to exclude the ID, instead of saying fields, or you can just say exclude equal to ID. Okay, exclude equal to ID. If I should save this and I make a request for maybe one of them, which one is this one? Single for, and this is a put request. Let me make this a get request and take away data. If I should run this, I'm having issues somewhere. So I had to do a bit of digging to rectify the issue I was having the last time. So part of the modifications I did is that I had to take this one out. Then I had to modify my notes. So also for this sale price, don't forget that we are saying that on sale from write only, I had to change it to read only. All right, so you'll be able to read it only. So you have the serializer method class, not boolean field. Serializer method field rather. The sale price also will be serializer method field. Don't forget, I said we were going to exclude the ID. Then after excluding the ID, we are going to be adding the URLs for the CRUD operations. All right. So now the next thing to do is to say maybe def get on sale. So this get on sale basically is responsible for whatsoever will be the on sale field. All right. For example, if you come to this place now, if you come to this place, where is it? Get. Very good. You can see that on sale now is true, but on sale was not defined inside the models. On sale was defined inside the serializers. So basically, I'm using the serializer now to augment the fields made available by the model. If you come to the what it is sending to the front end, you see that on sale is what? On sale is true. All right. So come here and for the sale price as well. I'm saying that for you to get on sale, if the object just return true. So and it's now telling me now that if the object, okay, if the object, then original price is this, the sale price is this. All right. So now for the sale price too, I'm saying that the original price is the object dot price, which is what we are getting from this object dot price. Come back to the serializers, then you generate a new sale price. Now you cannot just say 0.2 multiplied by the original price, because this is a decimal dot decimal object. Why this is a float object, it will not allow you to do that. But one thing you can do is to, I had to import decimal from decimal, import decimal. So I'm now using that decimal over here. I multiplied, then I got my value. So one thing I want to do now is that the sale is true. Now if I can do something like um, self dot get on sale. Now self dot get on sale will give me true or false, don't forget. So if I should save this one and I launch my request again, don't forget on sale is this and the sale price is what? This, which is a 20% reduction. So if I should run this again, come back up. Okay, I think I've rectified it. So what I did over here was that instead of passing self dot get on sale, I just say instead of saying self dot on sale, instead of saying self dot on sale, what I used is this method over here. I just said self dot get on sale. So after getting the on sale value, so this is going to be true or false. Okay, this is going to be true or false. So basically, if this particular value is true, then it will calculate the sale price and it will send it out. But if it is false, it will just return none. All right. If it is true, it will calculate the sale price, but if it is not true, then it will just return none. So you can see the way I'm augmenting the serializer to give some particular values in what it is sending out based on condition. So if the sale price is false, then the sale price is going to be none. But if I come back here and say this sale price is true, okay, if I save this and come back here, if I should run this again, you see this is true, so it is giving you sale price. Okay, it is giving you sale price. So and you can see that the we are excluding the ID, just like I said the other time. You can see that we are excluding the ID. The ID is not there anymore. The ID is not there anymore. So then the last thing that we want to do is to I want to add the CRUD URL operations. I want to add the CRUD URL operations. So this is the get detail URL function. I had to pause the video again to rectify it. So this is just all you need. So if I save this now and I come here, you can see after launching my request, it will give me the detail URL. Now this detail URL is not part of the original product, the product fields. It's not part of it. I just added it using the serializer. Okay, I used the serializer to add this particular field to it. So and you can see the description is part of it. The on sale is true, so the sale price is there. All right. So basically, that is how you can augment your serializers. Okay, that's how you can extend the default functionalities of your serializers. So let me try to fetch the URL, the details, just like we did. Where is it? Single for the one that we just did. Okay, so let me fetch for one. If I should run this, you see it is giving me iPhone 9. This is giving me the sale price, the normal price, then the detail URL as well. Okay, well that will be all for now under creating advanced serializers in Django. So you have the opportunity to add more fields and you'll be able to use the get then underscore the name of the field that you added to define the value of the field basically. Then you can include, you can exclude certain fields and all that. So just suit yourself. Whatsoever is going to fit into the project that you are working on, you work with it. Okay. Up next, we're going to be talking about filtering in Django. How to filter your data in Django. Like when you make a query to the database, there's a way you can filter your data in such a way that you won't be getting all the data available. For example, if you come to the Django dashboard that we have over here, if you come to student, the one that we created initially, you can see that I have 201 entries over here. So I don't want everything. I don't want everything. So I might just want to filter maybe the ones that can vote, which the age is above 18 and all those. So that is what we want to talk about now. So filtering data is a common operation that allows you to retrieve a subset of records from the database based on specific conditions. The filter method is powerful tool for this purpose and it's applied on a query set, okay, which is essentially representation of a database query. All right. So I'm going to be using the student this model. I would have loved to use the product, but in this case I don't have many products, so let me just go with the student. All right, so I will go back to let me close all these other ones. I'll close everything, close all the tabs to the right. So now let me go back to my API model. No, let me go to the views. Yes, I have to go to the views. So now this is the views that I have. I'm going to create another view. I'm going to create another view. Basically I don't have a serializer for this one, so I have to do everything manually. Okay, so for this student, for the student, I can do something like this. Well, I might decide to go and create a serializer for it, but let's just leave it out for now. So let me create the query db. Let me just say query db filters. Okay, so this is going to be taking the user request. Then now what I want is basically what I did somewhere. Okay, I have to do it afresh, or let me go and copy it from the views in products, views.py. Hopefully I did it here. Yes, I think I did it somewhere here. Where exactly? This is it. So this is what I want, so I won't have to rewrite it. Copy. So come back here and paste it. So control. Now what I want to do basically, I have the student object, so I'll just say all equal to dot objects dot all. This is going to be giving me all the students, all of them, dot all rather, all. Okay, so this is going to be giving me all the students. So the next thing I want to do is that for all these students now, okay, I'm going to be getting their ID, or let me say all underscore students. Okay, so let me get their ID. I think for the student object, I have first name, last name, and age. So I can even do something like full name. So I'll just, this one will be a formatted string. Then I'll now say I can say for students, in all students. Okay, for students in all students, I can come here and say copy student dot first name, then I'll leave a space. Student, no, student dot last underscore name. Okay, so take this one out. So student of first name dot last name, so that will be the full name of the student. Then after that, what else can I, let me just say age, let me say age, gender, and GPA. Age, gender, and GPA. So age, gender, GPA. Let me just use this ones, or let me use one more: age, gender, GPA, and age, gender, GPA, age, gender, GPA, and maybe let me just add the email for this last one, email. So this will be, all of this will be students. So this one will be age, then this will be gender, this is going to be GPA, this is going to be email. Okay, so yeah, so this is going to be student data, student data. So I might as well use model to dict as well. Model to dict, if you remember the model to dict, I think it is I think model to dict will make more sense here. At least I get to write less code and I'll be able to get all the data. So well, let me just, since I've written this one already, so this is student data, then you return response. Okay, let me just return response. So the response that I'm going to be returning will be student data. Now don't forget that this all student I'm having here is a list of objects, but this is a list of dictionaries. So basically what I'm doing over here is that I'm refactoring the objects to give dictionaries, okay, which is also the work of this model to dict. All right. So now let me map this to a view. So I'll come to urls.py. So let me just call it, what is the name of the view? QueryDB, or let me say query filters. Query filters. So um, I'll put a comma here, then path. I'll now say any API slash query, oh no, query filters. Okay, no, I don't like using underscore in a web address. Filters. Okay, so comma, then the name of my function is db, yeah, query db filters. So copy this one and bring it here. Name equal to query db filters. Query db filters. So I think we are good to go. Don't forget your slash. Okay. So the next thing I want to do is to go to my post boy. That's a funny name. Post boy. A copy and let me. Okay. So this will obviously be a get method, and this is query filters. Copy. Then instead of API slash product, there should just be API slash query filters. All right. So I think we are good to go. So if I should call this my something is wrong somewhere. Something is wrong somewhere. Pattern name. Pattern name. Okay, this is supposed to be a string. Come here. Okay. So run this. Okay, exactly. So it is working fine now. I'm having an error somewhere. I'm having an error somewhere. This is a get method. Query. What is it? Okay, I think I know what is wrong with it. Come to views. This is supposed to be at API view. So okay, very good. So now it is working fine now. Don't forget it's a get method. It's a get method. So if I should scroll down, you can see I'm getting all entries that I have in my database. And if you remember vividly, this is age, email, the full name that we did over here. This is the full name that we did over here. Okay, so I used the formatted string to bring in the first name and the last name, combine the two of them to get the full name. So you can see age 17 and all that. Now let us start working with the filters. Let us start working with the filters. You can see how voluminous this data is. You can see how voluminous this data is. This is not exactly what we want. So now let us get all the students with the age above 18. Okay, so I think it is only a few of them that is not above 18. Okay, let us use 20. Let us use 20. Let us use 20. So you can see that age is the name of the field. Okay, age is the name of the field. So I can, instead of saying dot all, what we can do is that we can say all students equal to students. Okay, students dot objects dot filters. Exactly. So filter is what you are going to be using to do whatever query that you want to do. So you can say age. You can say age. Then you now bring two underscores over here. Then you now say greater than maybe greater than equal to 20. All right, greater than equal to 20. So let's just start with this one. So save it, and if I should come back here and I run the query again. Now, if you check all of them, the age will be obviously be greater than 20. if you check all of them, the age will be greater than 20. You will not find a single one where the age is not greater than 20. So if you want us to find if we want to find the one where the age is less than 20, so come back to VS Code and for less than, just LT. Okay, save and come back here, run that query again. Now all the people that are here, their age will obviously be less than 20. All right, their age will obviously be less than 20. Be less than 20. So let me see if this is doable. Since this is a list, I can just query everything. What I want is just maybe the first 10 results. So I can just say column 10. So save. Okay, so the first 10 results is what is going to be giving me now. So you see now the age is 17, the email is Alex whatever, the full name is Alexander Chris. I think this is the first one I created. So the age is 18, the full name, the gender, the GPA, the age, and all those things. We can even get the users that their GPA is above. Say if we check the model. Okay, 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 very good. So I can just say the ones that their GPA is below 3.0 or something. So if your GPA is below 3.0, I can just say GPA, so less than maybe 3.0. Okay, or let me just use 3 since. Come here and run this query again. So you can see this GPA is 2.84, 2.81, 2.61, and just like that. So that is it. So Django's filter method supports various lookups that allow you to express complex conditions. So some of the lookups include exact. Okay. So we have, if you want to look for an exact match, you are going to be using exact. Let me use a comment to highlight everything out. I'm not going to be trying everything out, but at least, um, so one of them is exact. So this looks for exact match. Okay, so we also have another one that is I exact. Okay, so this one is case insensitive exact match. Okay, case insensitive exact match. Then we have contains. So contains can be case sensitive containment tests. Then we have I contains, which is basically the opposite of the case sensitive. Okay, so we have the greater than, the less than, the greater than or equal to, the less than or equal to, and it's just the greater than, the less than, the greater than or equal to, the less than or equal to. So we also have in it's used to test for membership. We also have start with and end with. Okay, start with, and we also have ends with. So we also have I start with and I end with. I start with, and we also have I ends with. Okay, so these are the lookups that are available in Django. I've never had to use all of them, so, and I don't know if Django has more actually, but these ones I know it should be sufficient for your use case. So, well, that will be it. Another thing that I want to talk to us about is how you can chain filters. Okay, you can chain filters together. So for example, I might be looking for people with the age, where the age is maybe above, let me say the age is less than 20 and the GPA is less than 3.0. Okay, so the age is less than 20, the so you can see the GPA is less than 3. Then for me to bring in another one, just age less than equal to 20. Okay, so this is basically how you can chain filters. If I should come here and I run this query again, So you will see that the age is less than 20 for all of them. The age is less than 20 and the GPA is less than 3.0 for all of them. You can see the age and the GPA. See the age and the GPA as well. The age and the GPA. Okay, the age and the GPA. So all the results that is going to be giving you will be the age and the GPA. So we also have dynamic filtering. Dynamic filtering. So for example, I can come here and do something like I can say all students, or I can say threshold equal to maybe 4.25. So instead of using 3.0 here, I can just say threshold. So this threshold basically is coming from here. Okay. So if I should save this, come back here and I run the query again, you can see the threshold is working. So all the GPAs that I'm going to be getting now are the ones that are less than 4.25. Okay, and don't forget that what I'm getting is the first 10 results. That is what I'm getting, the first 10 results. If I should remove this, it's going to be giving me all the results, which can be really messy. Can be really messy. So we also have performance considerations too, because efficiently using the filter method rather, is crucial for performance. Consider using indexes on fields you frequently filter on, and be aware of the database execution plan for complex queries as well. Okay. The next thing we're going to be talking about is pagination. Okay. The next thing we're going to be talking about is pagination. So Django Rest Framework provides robust and flexible pagination options to manage the presentation of large data sets to in API responses. So pagination is crucial for improving performance and delivering a better user experience. Django REST Framework supports various pagination styles and allow developers to customize pagination pagination settings based on their application requirements. Okay. If you come here, what I'm having in my database, I have over 200 records, over 200 of them. Close all the tabs to the right. So I have over 200 records in my database. I don't want to pull everything at once. Okay. And now I even have to be doing I have to use this to ensure that it's only the first 10 that I'm getting, which is not really cool, which is not really cool. So now by default, Django uses pagination by default. So if you come to the documentation, the Django documentation, pagination, and Django REST framework. Okay, so let me show you the pagination styles. Okay, so by default, I think the default pagination classes. Okay, very good. So this default pagination class, you can see the page size. What I want is 10 for the page size, not 100. So before you can set up the pagination is somehow automated. You can create your own pagination classes as well. But well, for a beginner, I'll just tell you to go with the default. But you can suit yourself depending on the project needs. So you want to copy this. You want to copy this. You right click. You come to settings.py. Where is settings.py for backend? Okay, this is it. So come to settings.py. So you come to create a variable over here, call it rest framework. So rest framework, you can see the default pagination class. Okay, it's saying that it is rest framework pagination dot page number pagination. The page size that I want is not 100. Please let me do 10. Okay, I can do 10. So now after changing the page size to 10, no, control Z. After changing the page size to 10, the next thing we want to do, we want to make a bit of modification to our views.py. Okay, now we have to import pagination, then you import page number pagination. Okay, rest framework.pagination import page number pagination. Now this one that we did over here is like a default pagination class. So when you start doing generic API views and mixins, this is where these ones will come in handy. Okay, So we will get there. We'll get there. But for now, for you to paginate your data from REST framework dot pagination, you can import page number pagination. So after importing the page number pagination, what you want to do is to get your query set. So after getting your query set, the next thing you want to get is you want to bring in the paginator. Don't forget, we just imported page number pagination. So the paginator equal to page number pagination. So query set equal to student.object.all. This is the query set, okay? So now all students equal to paginator.paginate request. This is the line of code that is actually paginating it. So you will pass in your request and you will pass in your query set. It will filter everything and get the accurate data, which is all students. Then we filter all students into what we wrote here. Then I can delete this for now, I think, or let me just leave it. Then you pass it into response, okay? If I should come here and I don't forget that under settings we set the page size to 10. So come here and what do I want to do? Query filters. So if you come here, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. This is what we set the default. Where is it again? If I set this to 20, for example, and I save it, and come back here, I should come here and I run this. You see, this is no longer going to be 10, it's going to be 20. Okay, these are going to be 20 records, but let me just return it back to 10. 10. So basically, this is how to do pagination. Now, this is page 1. This is page 1. What if I want to get page 2? I can just say question mark page equal to 2. And if I run it, this is my page 2. You can see I'm on page 2. This is my page 2. Okay, this is my page 2. If I want to get for page 3, just come here, page 3, and it will get me the data for page 3. Okay, it will get me the data for page 3. So that is how you can set your pagination in your views. Okay, so we also have the limit offset pagination, which allows clients to specify the number of items to skip, which is the offset, and the number of items to include in the response, which is limit. So you can have limit offset, and you also have cursor pagination. You have limit offset pagination and cursor pagination. You can also create your own custom pagination class. You can create your own custom pagination class. So you won't really enjoy pagination unless you are on a generic API view. But for now, I'll just stop here for pagination. So don't forget, you set your default pagination class. If you want the limit offset, you can set it up over here. You set your page size, then you come into your views. So in your views, you are going to bring in the paginator. Then after bringing in the paginator, you get your query set. Then you paginate your data. After paginating the data, you do whatever logic you want to do. You can also pass this all students into a serializer. You can pass it into a serializer, then you return it as a response. Okay. So well, that will be all for pagination for now. Now let's talk about generic API views. Let's talk about generic API views. So Django generic API views provide a set of pre-built reusable views that streamline the development of common patterns in web APIs. So these views are part of the Django Rest Framework, a powerful toolkit for building web APIs in Django. So generic API views aim to reduce the boilerplate code and ensure best practices by providing ready-to-use views for common operations. The first one that we are going to be talking about is the list API view. We're going to be talking about the list API view. So I'm still going to be using this same student data. I'm going to be using this student data. So let me just make let me make space over here. Let me make space over here. So I'm going to be using a class in this case. I'm going to be using a class in this case. So um, now I can say I have to import from frame from rest framework dot generics import list API view. So the next thing I want to do, I can say class list, or let me say student list. Okay, so it will be inheriting from list API view. All right, so what I'm going to be passing into it is my query set. Okay, query set equal to student dot objects dot all. Okay, student dot object dot all. Then another thing I have to pass in is the serializer class. The serializer class. So I have to create a serializer. Let me quickly create a serializer. So serializer dot py. So from Django dot serializers. No, it should be from Rest Framework. From Rest Framework dot serializers import model serializers. So I want to create class student serializer. So this student serializer is going to be coming from model serializer, then meta, I can say model equal to from dot models import student, model equal to student, then fields. This is supposed to be a class meta. So fields equal to a string underscore underscore all underscore underscore. So my serializer is ready. So I have to bring the serializer into this place from dot serializer. It should be serializers.py. I like to follow the naming convention. So from serializers import the student serializer. So then serializer class equal to what? Student serializer. Okay, so this is going to be the serializer class. So after this I can actually take this out. So now let me connect this particular student list. You can see that normally if we want to generate a list of students, what we will do is that we will create a view, then we will do the student.object.all, then we pass everything into a serializer, then we return it as a response. But with these three lines of code, we've done all those. This is one of the perks of using the list API view, of using generic views. So the query set, okay, we are good to go. So come to the urls.py. So in the urls.py you are going to be having let me say the student list. So this student list, now I can just come here, comma, a path, I can just say student list. Okay, so then I'll come here and say student list dot as underscore view, then I'll come here and say student list. Okay, so if I should save this is the query that I'll be making now. Come here to my post boy, copy and paste it here. So copy this student list. Okay, come here, student list, then paste the all of this one. Okay, so if I should run this, something must be wrong somewhere. So come to urls.py, name name equal to so save this. After saving it, Okay, so I had to restart my server. So you see, I had to restart my server. So you can see the count is 201. You see, one of the advantages of using the list API view, views. So you can see this generic view that we created. You can see one of the advantages. It is giving me response data. The count that I have is 201. Okay, it's telling me that the next is page 2. Previous is what? None. Now, if I should scroll down, you can see address, faculty of engineering, the age is 17, the first name is Alexander, just the same way we had everything. And it's just giving me 20 records, okay? It's giving me only 20 records. Where are these 20 records coming from? It is coming from here. If you come to settings.py, so I think it should be giving me how many records are here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, it's giving me 10 records rather. So he looked so voluminous, maybe because of the way it was displayed. Now you see the status code is 200 and everything is working fine. So if you what we did in settings.py, giving me page number pagination, it covers the whole class. It covers the whole class. So if I want to go to the next one, just click on this next, and it will give me. Okay, he opened it in the next browser actually in the next tab as a REST framework view. So you see what I'm having. Count is 201. The next is what? Page 3. The previous is just the regular list view itself. And you see what is giving me the ID of 18, 19, 20. If I want to go to page 3, I can just query this and it will give me page 3, 21, then ID 22, ID 23, 24, and like that. So if I want to exclude the ID, don't forget I can do that in the serializer. I'll just exclude the ID over here. So that is how you can use the list API view. The list API view. So I think in the list API view, you can also define your serializer, your what do they call it, your pagination class. But I don't want to do all that now. So I just want to tell you it's doable. Okay. So we also have the create API view. We have the create API view, and these API views, they are all documented here. If you come here, generic views, if you come to generic views, so okay, the list API view that we just used now provides a get method handler. Okay, a get method handler. So you can only run a get method on this list API view. Can only run a get method. Let me reduce this thing to 5 under settings.py. Let me reduce it to 5 so it will not be looking all bugged up. So if I should run this, it's giving me only 5 entries over here, just 5. Okay, it's giving me only 5. Now what if I want to run a maybe put method and I run it? You see, method put not allowed. Okay, I didn't have to write this particular one. It came as part of the list API view underlying code. So now let us work with the second one, which is the create API view. So for the create API view, if you come to views.py, after list API view, create API view. So we also have the list create API view that combines the two of them. So what you want to do is to say the class for the create API view. You can say um, class student create, then create API view, then just bring in your query set and your serializer, copy and paste them here, save, come to the urls.py, then bring in your student create. So after bringing in your student create, just copy. What am I doing? So okay, so this will be student create, control D create. So we've created a path for student create. Let's come here to test it out. So for this student list, take it back to the get method and run this. You see it's giving me 5 different students. So I'll copy one of these and use it as the data for my query. So copy this and come to the next one. Then I'll create data equal to one of these dictionaries over here. Let me just use one. So just use this one, copy it, then paste it here. Then let me just edit this one. I can just say, so I can just say number 3 Northampton Street in New York. Okay, so the age I can just say 14, or let's be realistic, 25. Then for the email I can just say, I can just do something like Wayne, then example.net. The first name I can say Grace, the gender is female, GPA let me be a bit generous, then the graduation date 2024, I can just say 2027. I cannot add id isn't supposed to be there. Is it active? I can use true or false, but true is fine. The last name I can just say Orlando. So for the major I can just say primary health education. Then for the phone number I can just, let me just change this one to 33. Okay, so now I have my data. So I can just come here and say comma data equal to data. Then if I should run this, don't forget student list, and the class that I'm using under views is the create API view. So if I come here and generic generic views, come here. So if you come to the create API view, the create API view provides a post method handler. Okay, a post method handler. So I can only post to that particular view. So the method is what is going to be post. Okay, it's going to be post. So my data equals to data. Then if I should run this, it's giving me 405. Post method is not allowed for student. It should be student create actually, not student list. It should be student create. Okay, create. So run this, and the phone number. Okay, I should ensure that this field has no more than 15 characters. So you see that I didn't write this. I didn't write this. I didn't. If you should come to the models, the phone number, the maximum length is 15. So I think I am violating something here. So I think I'm violating something here. Let me just delete this. Okay, let me just delete that. Then if I should run it again, you can see, it is returning the data that I just poured into it now. And if you come to the admin interface, and you check students, you will see that you can see the Grace Orlando that I just created. This is the Grace Orlando that I just created. If you remember the data I used, okay, this is the Grace Orlando I just created, and I'm using the generic views. So these generic views, they save you a whole lot of time writing code. Trust me, they save you a whole lot of time. And we have so many of the views over here. We have so many of them. We have so many of them. So many of the views. So let us just treat one more of the views. Let's just treat one more of the views. So we also have the retrieve API view. We have the retrieve API view. If you come to the retrieve API view, this retrieve API view for read-only endpoint to a single model instance. Okay, a get method to a single model instance. So for you to work on this retrieve API view, you can just come here and come to views. Let me just copy this and paste it. So I have two things to change. So students retrieve. Okay, student retrieve. then come here, retrieve API view. So I'm importing from generics, don't forget. So come here, instead of creative API view, this will be retrieve API view. So the query set and the serializer class remains the same. Okay, so we also have the update API view. You can see list API view, create, retrieve. We also have the update API view. We have the delete API view as well. So let me save this and come to urls.py. Instead of student create, let us have student retrieve. So retrieve. So but this is going to be capital R. Copy this, then bring it in. Okay, save. Then if you want to retrieve a student, which is student retrieve, I think you have to put the search keyword, which is going to be an integer primary key close. So student retrieve slash pk. Come here, my post boy, copy, then let me create some this, paste, then I don't need this. So this will be student retrieve, and I want to retrieve at maybe primary key of 5. So this is going to be a get request. If I should run this, it's giving me 404. Why? Okay, I didn't save. I didn't save. Come on. Come on, I didn't save. After adding the primary key, I didn't save. How? Come on. So just come here. Everything here is correct. Okay, you see. So it is pulling the data for me with the ID of 5. Okay. So if I want the ID of maybe 200, it will pull it for me straight away. It will pull it for me straight away. The gender of male and the GPA, graduation date, and all that. So, oh, that is it. So the next thing that we are going to be, so you can just come here and check all the generic views. Just come here, check all the generic views. So you have the retrieve, update, and destroy. The retrieve, update, and destroy. So this is going to be giving you the get method, the put method, the patch method that I spoke about. So the put method is that for you to update an entry, for the put method, for you to update an entry, you have to pass in everything, all the data. But for the patch, you can just pass in the ones that you want to edit, only the ones that you want to edit. Then you send it to the API, it does the update. Okay, so that is how the patch API method works. Then we have the destroy. You have the destroy. It will just destroy. It will remove the entry from the database, and that will be all about it. So key features and advantages. The first thing is code reusability, because generic API views encapsulate common patterns, reducing the need for developers to write similar code for different views. Okay. Then we have the consistency as well. By following a standardized set of views, developers can maintain a consistent structure across different parts of the API. So we also have the boilerplate reduction, we have the don't repeat yourself principle, the ease of maintenance, the customization, and all that. Okay, so that will be all for the generic API views. The next thing that we're going to be talking about, mixins. So mixins in software development, including in the context of the Django Rest Framework that we are treating, are classes that provide a set of functionalities that can be easily reused across different classes or components. Okay, the term mixing implies that these classes are designed to be mixed or combined with other classes to enhance their capabilities. Alright, so mixins are commonly used to encapsulate and share common behavior among views or view sets. They allow developers to modularize code, promoting a more maintainable and scalable code base. Each mixin typically addresses a specific concern or provides a specific functionality such as handling CRUD operations, pagination, or authentication. So let me quickly show you something about mixing. So if you take a good look at what we did over here, so you see the create API view. It is telling you that it is extending two different mixins. It is extending the generic API view, and it's also extending the create model mixin. Alright. For the list API view, it is extending generic API view and also extending the list model mixin. So you see that all this code, if you look at the amount of code that we had to write, just 3 lines. Just these 3 lines. So a lot of code have been written already for us. Just tap into it and go your way. Okay, just tap into it and go your way. And these codes, they are very they are customizable. For example, if you want to modify your query set, you can just come here and say def get query set. So def get query set, then you come here and do whatever manipulations, your whatever logic you want to implement, you get your query set. Okay, so the query set might be particular to a particular user, or you want to give admin the access to read the query set, all those things. So there are so many ways you can modify this to suit your project needs. Okay, so now examples of mixins, examples of mixins. So I'm going to be using the list model mixin. If you remember very well, this list API view that we did, if you remember very well, it says it is extending the list model mixin. Okay, so we have some mixins that are inbuilt to Django Rest Framework. So you can just come here and say um, instead of list API view, create API view, and retrieve API view, let us say generic API view. Okay, so this generic API view, if you remember vividly, this list API view now, it is inheriting from the generic API view and the list model mixins. So basically, if I just combine the two of them here, for example, generic API view and this list model mixins, where is it? Okay, I have to import the mixins, sorry, from rest underscore framework dot mixins, import the list model mixin. So come here, list model mixin. If I should save it now, this is going to be giving me the same result as the student list. Basically, it is going to be giving me the same result as the student list. So what I have to do now is to do a bit of, I can just say def get, then for me to get, I will pass in self, I will pass in request, then I'll pass in args, then I'll also pass in my keyword args, then I'll come here and return self dot lists, then self dot self dot list, then pass in request, then I'll pass in these two, copy and paste. Okay, so this is basically my the student list that I created initially. This is everything again using mixins. So I'm inheriting from the generic API view. On top of the generic API view, I'm combining the list model mixin. Okay, so the list model mixin now, if I should come here and I want to list out the items. Which one did I use? Okay, student list, then get. Come here and run this. So you can see student list dot get. You can see the faculty, exactly just the same way we want it. The ID of 2, ID of 3, ID of 4, ID of 5. If I should come here and do something like the page equal to 2, let me come here. I don't want to open it in new tab. even though if I open it in a new tab it won't do anything wrong. So run it again. You can see the ID of 6, the ID of 7, the ID of 8. Basically I'm having five per page now. I'm having five per page. So apart from the list model mixing, which is what we are having over here, we also have the create model mixing. So for the create model mixing, um, from mixins import create model mixing. So for this create model mixing, um, instead of using create API view, I can just come here and so it should be create model mixing. So after using the create model mixing, don't forget that in the case of the list, it is only the get that was implemented. In this case now, we have to implement only the posts. Okay, the post. I think I can just copy the whole of this. Copy. No, so this is going to be posts. So this is going to be self dot create. Okay, this is going to be self dot create basically. So and that will be all for the create model mixing. If I come here and where is the create? Okay, so instead of number 3, let me say number 76. What street is this? Let me say Unilag Street. Then let this be Lagos Island. Okay, then the age I can say 32. Then the email maybe main at email at email.net. The first name, then I can say Rebecca. The gender of female, let's say 4.02. Graduation date 2026. Let me say 0724. Then it's active through last name Gilbert. Then the major I can just say mathematics. Okay, for the phone number let me just say 37 and move away from there. So this is going to be the result. Don't forget I'm posting data equal to data, and you can see the endpoint over here. So if I just come here and okay, so you can see it has successfully created it. If you come back here to students, you see Rebecca Gilbert, which I just created, and I'm using the create model mixing. You also have the retrieve, update, and the destroy. It works just fine. So you can see the update model mixing, the retrieve model mixing, and all. So just suit yourself, whatever works for your project, and you will be good to go. Okay. The next thing we want to talk about view sets and routers. Okay, view sets and routers. So Django Rest Framework, view sets and routers are powerful tools that simplifies the process of building APIs. View sets allow you to define the logic for CRUD operations in a more organized manner, while routers automate the URL patterns based on the actions defined in the view sets. So the product model that we created the other time, let us use it as an example. So if you come to let me remove all these other ones close to the right. Yes, so let me come back to product. So if I come to product serializer, you see that I have two different serializers here, but I'm just going to create a simple serializer so that we keep things simple. So for this serializer I'm not going to be having these extra fields, so let me just fields underscore underscore. Okay, so take all these ones out. So this is going to be the actual serializer. Okay, So if I come to the views.py, if I come to the views.py, what do I have? Okay, I have all these function based views. Okay, so now creating view sets. To create a view set, I have to from I have to import view set first. So from rest framework import view sets. Okay, I have to import view sets first. Then I think if you come here, you will see the documentation of view sets. Okay, you see the documentation of view sets. So all the information you need is here. You can just come here, pick up whatever you want, and you are good to go. So you can see list, create, retrieve, update, partial update for the patch method, then destroy for the delete method. So come here after importing view sets. So I've imported product and the product serializer, which is everything I need. So to create a product view set, for example, you are going to be doing something like this: class product view sets. Okay, let me say view sets. So you're going to be having view sets dot model model view set. Then after this, you are going to be creating your query set. Query set equal to product dot object dot all. Then after this, you are going to be creating your serializer class, which is equal to the simple product serializer. Okay, so to the product serializer. So in the above view set that we just created, we inherited from viewset.model viewset, which provides us with the full set of CRUD functionalities, which includes listing, creating, retrieving, updating, and deleting objects. So the next thing we want to do now is to create a router in the urls.py to automatically generate the URL patterns for the product view set that we just created. So you see the way we use view sets and routers. Okay, you see the way we use view sets and routers. We use view sets to encapsulate all the whole CRUD functionalities. For example, after bringing everything together, we use the routers. Basically, we are going to be using the routers to to create an automated URL pattern for the view set. Okay, it can be very confusing, but don't worry, it can be very confusing. So um, the next thing that we want to do now is to go to our save this and come to the urls.py. Then from .views, actually I can just import it together with this one, product view sets. Okay, now after this, the next thing we want to do is that from rest framework.routers import default router. From rest framework.routers you import the default router. Okay, so import the default routers, and from the path we also import include. Okay, we also import include. So okay, the next thing we want to do is that we say the router will be equal to the default router that we just created. Then you now do something like router dot register. Now what do you want to register? You want to say r. Okay, so for raw string, then should I use products? Should I use products? Because I'm having API slash products already. So let me say WAR or items. Yes, items. Let me use items. So now what view set do I want to use? My product view set. That is what I want to use. Then the base name. Let me use the base name of items to avoid confusion. So after doing this, the next thing we want to do is that in this path that I have over here, I can now say I can include another path. Then I will now say API. I can say, okay, this is going to be API slash products. Already I'm having, if you come to the urls.py that we have on that backend here, already I'm having API slash products. So for me to access the contents of this one, it will be API slash products slash items. API slash products slash items. Okay, let me just use this first one over here. So API slash products slash items. So instead of this product index, I'll just include. So I'll just include router. No, this isn't going to be a string. Router.urls. So this has no business here. So basically, with what we just did, we have created the whole create, read, update, and delete. We've created everything. We just this view set and the urls.py file. We've created everything, and you can see the path over here. So for you to access this default router, you are going to be doing, if I come to the urls dot no the urls.py, I'll say API slash products slash items. Okay, slash products slash items. Then the next things. Okay, so okay, so the next thing that we are going to be doing now is that we are going to be trying everything out. So for me to list out all my products now, for me to list out all my products, I'm going to be having, if I come here to down, 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 copy, paste, student retrieve, this will be API slash products, z products, urls.py, okay, just product slash item, product slash item, item, okay. So just a get request, and if I should run this, I'm getting 404. So product slash items, if I run this, you see I'm getting all the two items that I have, the two products that I have. Okay, so you can see I'm getting the two products that I have on the database. Don't forget that this is the product that we created. So we created this over API. We also created the second one as well over API. So I think we have three, rather three. So apart from that one, we also have, if you want to create a new product, if you want to create a new product, if I come to product list, no, I'm looking for the admin. Come to the admin. So this is the admin over here. Come to students. So no, products rather. If you want to add a product, you see the fields that you have to supply: a name, description, price, and quantity. So let us try to create a new product. Don't forget, it is still the same interface, this same endpoint rather, but a different method. So I'm going to be having data equal to, don't forget, data is going to be a dictionary. Let me just copy this and paste this here. The description, I can just say this is a BlackBerry phone. It's a BlackBerry phone. Then after that, I won't supply the ID, name, BlackBerry, open and close. Then for the price, let me say 27, the quantity 86. Okay, so this is the URL. The reason why you are seeing this underline here is because of Grammarly. So let me turn Grammarly off. Let me turn Grammarly off. Yes, for this section. So this is the get. Don't forget to create. I'm using post. Okay. So then data equal to data. So if I save this and I run this, it's giving me a match. What is happening? What is happening? Okay, no. It is also giving me a match again. Yeah, I'm not supposed to have this. Yes. Okay, you can see 201. So I just created the BlackBerry phone. If I come to my products and I come to products, you can see now that I have BB open and close. If I open it, you see this thing I created, and I'm using Viewsets now. So you have that particular endpoint. You have this particular endpoint to generate all the products available and also to get a particular product. Okay, so imagine that the backend that you want to write is just a backend where you can basically create, read, update, and delete a few models. You see that with just a view set, just one view set, which is this, with just this view set, and just a single line under your URL patterns and these two lines of code, you have created a whole API. So view set makes your life way easier. So for the put, the update, and the delete, you can use items slash, you can copy. So the ID of this one is 5. So come here, paste, then you can just say 5, then you're not needing this data anymore, so delete it. So if I make this a get request, this data is not in existence anymore, so just run it. You can see it is giving me the ID of 5, the name, the price, the quantity. Okay, everything is coming from that view set. But if I want to put, I can just copy the whole of this, then I will set my data equal to this. So for me to put, this is a BlackBerry phone, instead of BB open and close, I can just say BB OC. Then for the price, I can do something like for the price is supposed to be an integer field. If you come to models, price is a decimal field. So why is this like this? It's supposed to be a decimal field. Other ones, okay, it's always a decimal field, no problem. So instead of 27, I can just say 57. Then after this, I'm not passing the ID into it. So description, this is a BlackBerry mobile phone, then I have the name. Okay, so now I can put, so don't forget your data equal to data. If I should run this, you can see I've modified the data using what I added over here, over API actually. So you can see what I have now. You can do all this with your postman, but I just want everything to be here. And you can see the allowed method get, put, patch, delete, the head and options and all that. So let us try the patch now. For the patch, I can, if all I want to modify is just the quantity, I don't want to modify the description or the name. So let me just comment these two out. It's just the price and the quantity. So instead of 57, let me say 67, and the quantity is maybe 22. If I should run this with, put first, you see it's giving me 400 because the description is required and the name is also required. But if I should run it with patch, you can see it is still giving it back to me. But in this case, I added only price and quantity. So patch will just go and basically patch those two fields. So to delete it, I'll just take this one out and change the method to delete. Don't forget that this particular function is coming from this one that I wrote upstairs. This one over here. This is the function that we've been using to launch our HTTP request. So API request. So basically that is those are for the model view set that gives you the create, read, the update, and the delete. This model view set. So apart from this, we have so many other view sets that you can try out. So come here, you see the view set, the generic view set. the model view set. Okay, so this model view set, it is giving me the list, the retrieve, the create, the update, the partial updates for the put, then we have the destroy. Okay, so if I want to add any permission classes, this is where I add the permission classes. So we have the read only model view set, the custom view set. You can write your view set over here. If you come upstairs, if you want to use your hand to write the view set, you can just come here and you write all the view sets by yourself. Okay, so you just be inheriting from view set from dot view set, and you are good to go. So with this setup, you have a fully functional API for the product model, and the URL patterns are automatically generated by the router. So you can customize the view set and router further to add custom actions or modify the URL patterns as needed. All right. Up next, we're going to be talking about advanced relationship serializers. So, in the Django course, if you take a good look at advanced Django models and relationships, so in this case, we are going to be talking about serializers for these advanced Django relationships. Now, all the models that we have been working with since, they are just models that have no foreign keys, no relationships with other models. So if this were a regular Django application where you can easily tap into another model from one, it will be way easier. But I want to create an advanced relationship serializer, show you how to do it. Okay, I'm going to be creating a new app, and I'll call the app edu. Control Shift Control V. Okay, so Python manage .py, then start app edu will be the name of the, no, I added a t, I added a t, so I'll just delete the edu. So rm minus v edut. It's not allowing me to remove from here, so let me just delete it. So this one, delete, move to trash. So I only have edu is what I want to work with. So don't forget that you come to, in backend, you come to urls.py, then let me copy this and paste it. So api slash edu, then edu.urls, then save this. Don't forget that you also go to settings, you come to product edu. Okay, so the app is registered now. Come to edu, don't forget you will create a urls.py file. So let me right click, new file, urls.py. Then we are also going to be creating serializers.py. Alright, so how do we go about this? Let me close all this, let me close everything, close all the tabs to the right, close this one too. So now let's create the models first for this edu. I want to show you how advanced relationship serializers are created. So the example that we are going to be working with, we have three models. We have the student, the course, and the teacher. This is the same example I used in the Django course. So the models demonstrate the use of related fields, especially the foreign key relationship. So the application includes views, a serializer, and the URL patterns. So let's write the models. So if you click on models, then you will have something like this: class, say teacher is going to be inheriting from models dot model. Then the fields that we are going to be having: name equal to, say, models dot character field, and the maximum length will be equal to 100. Then def underscore underscore str underscore underscore self, which is the string representation, return self dot name. Okay, so this is for teacher. Now let us write the class for course. So class course. Okay, so for this course, model model. Now for this course we are going to be having a name as well. So let me just copy this. Okay, so after the name, now we are going to be having teacher. We're going to be having teacher. Now this teacher is going to be inheriting its identity from this other one. You can see, so there is a relationship there to be created. So you are going to be having models dot foreign key, and the foreign key is going to be taken from teacher on delete equal to models dot cascade. Cascade meaning that if you should delete a teacher, if you delete a teacher, then also delete the course. That is what it means. So um, yes, the string representation, copy, then bring it here, and you are good to go with the course. Then the last one, which is the student. So class student. Don't forget models dot model. Then we have the name equal to a character field also. Then we are going to be having courses equal to models dot many to many field. Many to many field. Then I'm going to be taking the field from courses. Okay, from course rather, from course. So um also we are going to be creating exactly. So look at the models that we have created now. I have teacher, I have course, I have students. So teacher is an independent model just with the name self return self dot name. But course needs a teacher that is going to administer it, that is going to teach it. Okay. So that is where this is coming from. That is where this is coming from. So if you delete a teacher, you have to delete the course as well. So this is an automated process with the models.cascade. But another option here is models.set null. If you set it as null, then if you delete a teacher and you try to visit a course, the teacher's model will be set to null. Okay. So for class student, the student will have a name and the student will have courses that he or she is taking. All right. So that will be all for that. Now let us go and write the serializers. As for the serializers, from rest framework dot serializers, import the model serializer. So this model serializer now, don't forget that we also have to from dot models import. We are importing teacher, we are importing course, and we're also importing students. Okay, so we are going to be writing all the serializers. For the first serializer that we are writing, which is the class teacher serializer, is going to be inheriting from from model serializer rather. It's going to be inheriting from model serializer. Then don't forget that the class meta. So for this class meta, the model will be equal to teacher, and the fields will be equal to let me just use all, even though we have only two fields. So all underscore underscore. Let me just leave that for now. So now here comes the relationship. Here comes the relationship. So let me partition my screen into two to make this thing clearer. Okay. So let me close this one. Now, if you see what I have here, this is teacher over here. So it is not depending on any fields at all. The teacher isn't depending on any fields at all. I think I'm making a mistake here. So the teacher model is not depending on any fields at all, but the course is depending on the teacher and the student is depending on the course. Okay. So now, how do we go about this? This is the teacher serializer. This is the course serializer. So for this course serializer now, since we have teacher as a field under course, so what will happen is that before we write this class method, we can say teacher equal to the teacher serializer. The teacher serializer. Then after doing this, the next thing we want to do for the student, we have to create another serializer for the student. So copy this and so this will be for the student serializer. So this is going to be courses. This is going to be courses. Then this is going to be course serializer. Going to be course serializer. Okay, very good. So save this. Now, if you look at the way we have these serializers now, because the teacher is as an independent model, so this is supposed to be course. Then this one is supposed to be students. Now, because the teacher is an independent model, we are not having any, it is not inheriting from anyone. So this teacher field is going to be handled by the teacher serializer that we have upstairs. Also, the courses field is going to be handled by this course serializer over here. Okay. So if I save this, let us go and write the views. Let us go and write the views. So come to views and so render from rest framework import, let us use those generics. Okay, so then after that I will import all the models. Come to serializers, just copy this, then from dot serializers import, we have the teacher serializer, we also have the course serializer, then we also have the student serializer. Okay, so after writing all these ones, the next thing we have to do is to start writing the views. So I can say class the teacher lists, the teacher list. Okay, so for this teacher list now, I can do something like list create API view generics dot list create API view. So with this particular view, I'll be able to list the teachers and also create new teachers. Okay, so we have the query set. This query set is going to be teachers dot objects dot all. Okay, and the serializer class is going to be equal to the teacher serializer. So um so as for the teacher detail, I can just copy this, and for the teacher detail, I can have let's say retrieve update destroy view, retrieve update and destroy API view. Okay, so this is going to be handling the teachers creation and retrieving all the teachers. This will handle the retrieving one teacher updating then destroying the teacher. So that will be all for that. Then for the courses as well, for the courses as well, I can actually do this for all of them. So this is going to be for teachers. Then this is going to be for the course. Okay. So for the course, instead of teacher, I'm going to be having course, and that solves it. The course list, course serializer, course detail, course serializer. Okay. So the last one is going to be for students. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 students, and we are good to go with all the views. Okay. So with these two views, you have your CRUD functionality set up. You have your CRUD functionality set. Okay, so save this and come to the URLs. The URLs .py. So from Django.urls import path. Okay, so URL patterns equal to a list, but we also have to from dot views import the teachers detail, import the teachers list, import the course detail, import the course list, import the student detail, and also the student, what am I using, and the student list. Okay, so for the URL patterns, we are going to be having path. So for this path now, let's say if you are having teachers slash, then this is going to be giving you teacher, this should be teacher lists. Okay, this should be teacher lists. Teacher list dot as view, since it's a class based view. Okay, so the name is going to be equal to a string teacher list, copy. So don't forget we're passing the URL parameter of integer, and it's going to be the primary key, no, the primary key. So this is going to be teacher detail, okay, dot as view. So basically I'm just going to copy this teacher links, then come here, let me say course links z, copy this, and so instead of teachers now I'm going to be having courses. So no, so let me just use alt. So this will be course, and that will be all. Courses, Control D, course. So the last one is going to be the students. So students. So for this one we are going to be having students, then we're also going to be having students. also going to be having students. So I think that will be all for no. Then we have Control D students. Okay, save this. So I think that will be all. That will be all. Now let's go to we have included this in admin urls.py. urls.py, yes, we've included it to urls.py. So the next thing to do, I think we can start querying it now. So come here and run my server. Okay, so my server is running now. I can query it. So this will be api slash edu, then slash teachers. Okay, but first I have to migrate first. Because I just created them. So Python manage dot. I think there's something that we didn't do under models. We are supposed to add a related name. Since it's a many to many field, I think the related name should be equal to courses. Okay, so the related name is going to be courses. Then for the teacher, this one, I think the related name is supposed to be equal to teacher. Okay, so now we can come here to manage.py, make migrations. Okay, very good. So you can see that I've added course, teacher, and students. Okay, so okay, add field teacher to course. Okay, so then another thing that we want to do is now to Python manage.py, then migrate. Okay, so the migration is done now. So now let me run my server, go to the admin, then create some data that we can work with. So come here, admin. So you can see that we don't have them here, so we have to register them to the admin. So come here, from .models, import teacher, course, and also students. Okay, now admin site register teacher. So copy, paste, course, then students. Okay, save this and come back to the admin. If you reload, you can see I have them under edu now: courses, students, and teachers. So moving on, let me create the teachers first. So the first teacher that I want to create, the person's name is Gilbert. So add another teacher, Samuel. Add another teacher, Michael. So these are things we can do over API, but actually let's do it over API. Since we have all these ones now, where are the teachers? Michael, Samuel, and Gilbert. Well, we can actually use the Faker library to generate a couple of names that we can use as the teachers. But let's just create from here. Well, we have to create over API. Let's create over API. So now, if you go to the views, no, the urls.py. So I'm having api slash edu slash teachers. So come here to let me copy this, paste it here, then API slash edu slash teachers. So I don't need this, and this is the get method. So if I run this, okay, actually I quit the server, then I have to come here to rerun this my function upstairs, the function that is responsible for launching it. Just to run the function, then I'll come downstairs to run that one again. Come here, okay, so run this now. So you see I'm getting 200. JSON is not defined, okay. Well, let me just import JSON from here. So one thing is that I shut down the server, then I restarted it. So shift enter. Okay, so you can see now the count is 3. The next is none, the previous is none. The reason why I'm having this, if you remember vividly, is because of that settings.py. Where is it? Where is the settings.py for backend? Settings.py. If you come downstairs, you can see this pagination, default pagination class. You can see the page size is 5, so I don't have up to 5 data there. So you can see ID of one, then the name is Gilbert, name is Samuel, name is Michael. So if I want to create another new teacher, all I have to supply is just the name. So I can just come here using this same um, so I don't have to import these two anymore since I've imported it upstairs. So I'll just have to post. Then I'll come here and do something like data equal to, so this will be name equal to, no, it's a dictionary. I can just do Ezekiel. Okay, so just run this. Name is required. I supplied name. Okay, I didn't add the data equal to data. Yes. So run it again. You can see I have 201 and the response ID of 4 and the name is what? Ezekiel. So if I want to create another person, maybe James, another teacher whose name is James, I can just run this and you see it is creating it properly. Okay. So now that we have created teachers, it is quite straightforward to work with teachers. So the update, the delete, the all those ones, they will still work. Now that we have created teachers, I need to point out something. So if you look at the views, you will see that the models rather, where are the models? You will see now that this course is dependent on teacher. Okay, it's dependent on teacher. So let's see what it looks like on this dashboard over here. If you come to courses, if you want to add a new course, you see that you have to select one of the teachers available. So let's say I selected Samuel, then I come to maybe name, then I'll now say maybe the name of the course. I can say numerical analysis. So let me save and add another one. Let me say mathematical methods, maybe 2. Come here, let me add it with Ezekiel, save and add another one. Then let me add one more. I can have something like maybe introduction to computer science. Then let me add it using Summer. So go to courses. Okay, so you see I have numerical methods too. The last one I added didn't add introduction to computer science come here and use Gilbert, save it. Okay, so I have three courses now. Now let me try to pull courses. Let me try to pull courses so you understand better what is happening over here. So this is I have teachers over here. So let me just copy this one, then paste this over here. I want to pull courses. I don't have to import this too, so let me just take it out. So if I run this, you see that I have these courses now. The ID is what? 1. Okay. The name is what? Numerical analysis actually. I missed the name. But you can see the teacher now. The teacher is what? The ID of the teacher is what? 2. And the name of the teacher is Samuel. Take a good look at how he presented it. Okay. Now the reason why it is presenting this thing like this is because the serializer, if you come to the serializer, we said the course serializer, the teacher is going to be taken from teacher serializer. Okay. So originally, if you want to do this in the native Django way, where you are not using a serializer, what is going to be returned under teacher is going to be the teacher ID, the ID of the teacher alone. So basically, what you'll be having here will be teacher 4. But because we are using a serializer over here, what we are having is the full details of the teacher. You understand what I'm trying to say? The full details of the teacher. So that is basically how the advanced relationship for that will work. Now, another one is for if we should create a teacher, for example. Now, let us create a teacher. If you want to create a no, let us create a course. Let's create a course rather. So if I want to create a course, this is what I'm going to be using to create the course. Let's create a course. So let me remove this so that it will tell us the fields that we have to put. So edu course. Wait. Okay, it should be edu courses. It should be edu courses. It should be edu courses. Yes, this is what I'm supposed to do. So run this. Okay, so the teacher field is required. Okay, the teacher field is required. What I supplied before is just the name of the course. Actually, I'm using name. So now, you see that I have James over here, but let me use an actual name of it. Let's say algebra and coordinate geometry. Okay, so for the teacher field, for the teacher field, I'm supposed to add the ID of the teacher. Okay, and if you come here, wait, let us do a bit of modifications. So for I want to create a new course. So for this course, I need teacher. Okay, so for these teachers now, let me return a formatted string. So for this formatted string, I'm going to be having self.name, then let me have this hyphen here, then I'll come here and write self.id. Okay, so save this. So self.name hyphen self.id, so I can get ID of teachers I can use. So if you come to teachers, you see, so you can see that the ID of Gilbert is 1, ID of Michael is 3, ID of Ezekiel is 4. So let's use the ID for Ezekiel, which is 4. So come here, teacher, so this will be 4. So if I should post this data, I'm still getting. Now we are supposed to post this data to create a new course, and the course is going to be having a name and it's going to be having a teacher. Okay, so let's just try to say if we have something like let's say statistical, or let's say stochastic processes. Okay, so let's say the ID of the teacher is, maybe let's check the teachers that we have. If I reload this teacher, I have James. Let's use James, which is an ID of 5. So if I should reload this, you see I'm still getting that 400. Teacher, this field is required. Now, where the error is coming from is because if you come to serializers, we are having courses. Okay, so this course serializer, it is inheriting from the regular model serializer. Okay, so after inheriting from the model serializer, we have teacher. Teacher is taking teacher serializers, meaning that for this particular teacher field that is already present in the fields that we are sending out to serialize, this teacher is a teacher instance. Okay, so normally when you want to send data over API, what you are sending is either an integer, a float, or a string like this. All right, or a string like this. So but you cannot send an object over API. You cannot. So what it is expecting you to send is an object and not a regular string. So what you will do is to modify the post method. You see that the get method is working fine. This get method now, if you run it, it is working just fine. What we want is what it is doing. The ID is one, name is numerical analysis. I have a typo error here. Then the teacher is releasing an object. Okay, so and even if you try to copy this object back and send it back to REST framework, it won't see it. It won't. It will see this as a dictionary, so it will still be telling you that teacher is not found. Okay, for one reason or the other, it will still be telling you that teacher isn't found. Okay, like for example, what we have here, this video is required. So what we have to do is that we will modify this post method. We will modify the post method such that when you send in this data, name and teacher, it will go and create this courses instance. Since creating it with the serializer is giving us issues, then we have the liberty to modify the views. How can you modify the views? If you come to the views over here, so I had to pause the video to do a bit of modification here. So what I brought in, the first thing is that I brought in response, then I brought in status. Okay, so I brought in response from Django Rest Framework, then I also brought in status. So if you come to the course list over here, yes, if you come to the course list over here, we supply the query set, the serializer class. Okay, now for the post method, normally the get method isn't giving us any issues. What we are having issues with is the post method. So this post method now, the first thing you want to do is normally if you post the data, and you can come here to do something like data equal to requests dot data. Okay, so if you want to get the name that the user sent, you just come here and do something like name equal to data, then since it's a dictionary name. Okay, another thing you can do, or you can say data dot get name. Okay, so that is it basically. That is it basically. If you want to get the, what do they call it, this teacher ID that the user sent, you can just come here and say tid equal to data, then you get the ID. All right, so that is it basically. Now no, this should be a string. It should be a string. So now that you have your teacher, you have the name and you have the teacher ID, you have extracted from the front end directly. One thing you can do is that you will pull the teacher instance. Okay, you will pull that teacher instance using teacher.object.get. You will now see the primary key equal to whatsoever the user sent you as the teacher ID. Okay, if you come here, whatever the user send you as this teacher ID, you are going to use it to find the teacher whose ID is that particular number. Then after pulling that particular teacher, you now come and do something like the new course equal to course.object.create. You now say the name of the course equal to the name that the user sent over API. Then the teacher will be the teacher object that you pulled using the teacher ID sent over API. So that is the T that I'm having over here. So this line of code over here, we create the new teacher. Then after creating it, it will create the new course. Then after creating it, we will return the new course ID. There are so many ways you can make this particular function more sophisticated. You have to do validations and all those things. Since you cannot do it inside the serializer, you can just do it from here. All right. So I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. So if I should save this and I come here, I have this stochastic processes, the teacher ID of 5. Come here, then run it. You see, I'm getting status code 200 and ID of 7. Okay, message created successfully. So normally I'm supposed to return the whole dictionary, but I'll just leave that one out for now. So if I want to, well, let's just return it. So normally I can just say model to dict, model to dict. So from Django dot models dot forms dot models import model to dict. Then after importing model to dict, I'll just come here and say what you are going to be returning is model to dict, or I can just say data equal to model to dict. Then I will now say I'll pass in the new course. Then after passing in the new course, I'll just come here and return the data. Then I'll now say status equal to status dot. Then I'm supposed to use 201 created. So save this. Like I said, you have to do a bit of validation here. So if I should come here and then, for example, I want to create maybe introduction to SPSS. Then the teacher ID, let's use a teacher ID of maybe 2. So if I should want to pull the data, if I want to run it, you see I'm getting an ID of 8, and the name is what? Introduction to SPSS, and the teacher is 2. Another thing I can do is also to pull this teacher. Okay, I'll pull the teacher details, then return everything here. I'll pull the teacher details, then return everything here. If I want to do that, but that isn't really necessary. That isn't really necessary. I can just do something like teacher um, details. Teacher details equal to, let me say, model to dict. Then I'll pass in that T, which is the teacher instance. Okay. So after passing that, the next thing I want to do, I can come here and say data, then teacher. Don't forget that the key is teacher. Okay. So come here, data teacher equal to this teacher details that I have, or I can just pass this one in so I don't have to write one extra line of code. So after that, then I'll return everything. So let us create another one. um, Computational methods. Let us use teacher ID of 3. If I should run this, you see I'm having an ID of 9, name of what? Computational methods, teacher of ID 3, the name is what? Michael. So exactly, exactly. So everything is working fine. Everything is working fine. So if we want to, that is for the, where is my urls.py? So that is for the course links. So for this other one, I don't think you'll be having any issues there as well. You can easily modify the methods and you work your way. The same thing goes for course list as well. So for students, so you can get all the students available. Then after getting the students, you can also get a single student. If any of them isn't working with the serializer, just use this. Use this. No, not this. See the way we modified the method over here. Just modify the method and you work your way forward. All right. So that is basically it. So now that we have fixed the post method, let us urls.py. Let us check this other one, courses slash like let's try to pull one particular a particular course. So to pull the course, don't forget all I have to do is to copy the whole of this, come downstairs, paste it, courses slash, let's put the course with the ID of maybe 3. So this is going to be a get method, and yeah, that should work directly. So you can see this is the course with the ID of 3. This is the course with the ID of 3. Okay, this is the course with the ID of 3. So um, if you want to patch the course, for example, if you want to patch the course, you can just come here, Control A, Control Copy, Control Paste. Then this is the URL. Then the method is going to be patch. If you want to patch it, you want to change the name for our example. So data equal to, so this is going to be name. Then name is going to be maybe introduction to the science of computers. So if I should run this, you see, um, it's supposed to. Okay, I didn't send anything, so it should be data equal to data. Okay, so run this. So now it is now introduction to the science of computers. That is to patch. Okay, but if you want to put, you remember that you have to send all the data back, and you are going to be using the ID to pull the data, and you know that you cannot send an object over the API, so you have to manually overwrite the put method, and you also have to, I think that is the only method that you have to manually override, the put method. Then after manually overriding the put method, all you have to do is to use this ID to pull this particular instance. Then you get the teacher ID, pull the teacher object, you bring it here, then you update the object directly like that without using the serializer. Okay, so if there's a way to do it using the serializer, then you can always check it out. So introduction to science of computers and all that. So the next one that you want to do is to destroy. If you want to destroy, that is the easiest. Just come here, basically remove this, and if you come to patch and change it to delete, then if you just run it, and you see it have deleted it. So if you try to pull it, you will get 404 error. You can see detail not found. So that is how you work with that advanced relationships. For the these are supposed to be student links, not course links. So for these student links now, you can easily use this particular link to get a particular student and to create a student. For you to create a student, you have to modify the post method. For you to be able to update the student, you have to modify the put method. Then after modifying the put method, you work your way. So don't forget that if you come to views, you can see that it is in the course list that I modified the post method. So it is the list create API view. That is where you modify the post method. But for the put method, which is where you update it under the retrieve, update, and destroy API view. Okay. So the next thing that we are going to be talking about is how to create new users over API in Django. In Django Rest Framework, how to create new users over API. Okay, so let me come to create another app. I'll create another app. So the second app, so this will be Python manage.py start app. Let me call the app account. Okay, I'll call the app account. So now to connect my accounts app, if you come here, where is the accounts app? I have another, yes, the account apps. So if you come to backend settings.py, come here, and accounts, Then after you've created an account, you go to urls.py, copy. So this will be API slash accounts. So now edu URL, this will be accounts the urls. Then you come to accounts, create a urls.py. Then you also create serializers.py, right? So after that, you close all these other ones. Okay. So I have my urls.py, then my serializers.py. So now for you to create a new user in Django, um, let us check a particular documentation. So the documentation we want to check is for I think it's Django dot contrib dot auth documentation. This is where the default user class in Django is defined, like the default user class. Any users that you want to create in Django will have to be inheriting from that class. So you see the user object. So the core of the authentication system, they represent people interacting with your site and are used to enable things like restricting access, registering user profiles, associating content with creators. Okay, so only one of the classes of only one class of user exists in Django Authentication Framework. So you have the super users or the admin staff. Users are the user objects with special attribute sets, not different classes of user objects. Okay. You have the username, the password, the email, the first name, and the last name. So if you want to create a new user, basically, this is the these are the fields that you supply. Although not all of them are compulsory. I think the ones that are compulsory, username and password. So the first name and last name, uh, you can leave them empty. So if you want to create a new user, this is basically how you create the user. Okay, so you can see user equals to user dot object dot create user. Okay, so you can set the last name, you can save it, and for you to create a super user, you have to do it from the admin interface. For you to change the password, you can also do it from the admin interface. If you just to know more, just come here. Just come here. You get just come here to know more. You can see the authenticate that you can use to check somebody's username and password if there is a match. So we also have permissions and authorizations. So many things over here. So many things over here. So well, let's just go back to our code. So now the default user is what I want to be using. Okay, the default user is what I want to be using in what I want to do now. So I'm having username, email, and password. Those are the fields that I want: username, email, and password. So I'm going to be doing something like from REST framework import no REST framework dot serializers import a new model serializer. So this model serializer, now I'll create class user serializer. So this user serializer is going to be inheriting from model serializer. Then this model serializer is going to be having a class meta. So from Django dot contrib dot auth import user. Um, I'm supposed to import user. Okay, it should be from auth dot models. Okay, so class meta, the model will be equal to user. Now the fields that I want to serialize, fields I'm going to be having I'm going to be having an ID, say Then after the ID, I want to serialize username, email, and password. Username, comma, email, then comma, no, comma, password. Okay, this is supposed to be username, email, and password. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is to do something like this: def create. Okay, I want to write the function that will create a new instance for this particular user. So the new instance, I'm going to be having self dot a comma validated data. So this validated data, now what I want to do, I'll just say user equal to user user dot object dot create user. Now to create the user, now I want to do something like this. Then validated data. Then when you are done, just return the user. Alright, just return the user. So now I want to create a view that I will be using to create this new user. Okay, I want to create a view with which I will create the new user. So the view is going to be under views.py. So from rest framework import from rest framework dot generics, actually from rest framework dot generics. So what you want to import is the create API view. Okay, so this create API view, now don't forget that I created a new user serializer here. Now if you notice, for this particular one, I didn't create any new models. My models.py file is empty basically, because I want to use the base user that Django supplies. One thing is that if I have to create more fields for the user, all I have to do is just to create another user, then I will inherit from this user, then work my way up from there. But I don't want to do that, so I just want to work with these four fields. So ID comes by default, the username, the email, and the password. That is what I want to work with. So come here and Django.shortcut import. Yeah. So class um, user create a view, inherit from create API view. So the class and the serializer, copy from dot serializers import user serializer. Okay, import user serializer. So now the query set is going to be equal to user dot object dot all. Okay, so now the next thing you want to do after creating your new user, after adding the query set, the serializer class. So this serializer class is the user serializer, and I think this should be equal to. So that is the user serializer. Now the next thing you want to do is to define the URL. Now, if you remember from the backend, no, that should be urls.py. I'm having API slash accounts. So come to urls.py from Django.urls import path. So URL patterns equal to no path. So I have to import from dot views import create API view. Then so let me just leave that empty. Create API view, then dot as underscore view, comma name equal to Okay, quit Firefox. So new, create user. All right. So the next thing that we want to do is to actually try it out. Okay, is to try it out. So basically, I'm going to be doing API slash then users. Come here, come here. So copy. Don't forget that if you come to what do they call it again? Um, Generic views. If you come to the create API view, the create API view provides a post method handler. Okay, so we are posting to that API view. So API slash accounts. So we are posting the data, and after posting the data, the next thing we want to do is to say data equal to, don't forget it's a dictionary. Then we're going to be having the fields, under serializers, username, email, and password. So what is the username? So username, so the username can be something like hello genius. Then email, so the email can be admin, no, maybe hello genius at hellogenius.com. Then the password, so the password I can just say ASDF column LKJ. Okay, so let me just add YYY to it. So now if I should run this, it is not supposed to yield any problems. What happens? Okay, I'm not running my server. Yes, I'm not running my server. Okay, so my server is running now. Run this. I'm having 500. Something happened somewhere, which is what I created here. User serializer. Okay, I think I should return user. This is where I made a mistake. This is supposed to be the user creates. Why did I make this mistake? This should be the user create view, not the create API view. Sorry about that. The, that is why it's shouting. So sorry about that. I should run this. It's giving me 400 instead. It's telling me that the password is required and the username is required. Okay, it's telling me that the password is required and the username is required. So I know where this is coming from. All we have to do is just to modify the posts. So this is username and this is password, just to be sure. Password and username. I spelled it correctly. Okay, I didn't send you the data. Sorry about that. Data equal to data. I didn't send you the data. So run this and yes, it created the user successfully. So you can see the response. Email is this. The ID is what? 2. Now the password, it created a hash, a password hash. Okay, this is what you call a password hash. Then the username is what? Halogenius. Username is Halogenius. So that is it basically. If you look at everything I've done now, I've not done anything particularly special compared to what I've done before. So if you come to the serializers, you have all the fields. But for the create view, I said normally it will be user.object.create. It will be user.object.create that this serializer is going to execute. But I want to execute create user instead of ordinarily create. So that is why I had to rewrite the create the create method. So I brought in my validated data, then I added create user. So I can do so many other things inside this method. I can do so many other things. So that is it basically. That is it. So that is to tell you actually that is just the username and the password that is compulsory for the create user method. So I have the email, I have the ID, I have the password. So other API views that you might want to work with when writing a when you're writing user related operations, every other generic API view works fine with the users. You have the list create API view, you have the retrieve update destroy API view, the create API view that we just used, the update API view. The update API view can be used to easily update your can easily be used to update your user. Okay, the update API view. So and it is the same serializer that you used initially that you're going to be using, still that same serializer. So you don't have to do anything particularly special. You don't have to do anything particularly special. So this will be all for creating new users in Django, in the Django over the API. Don't forget over API. If you come here and you reload, you can see that you have a new user. If you open Halogenius, you can see the password hash, you can see the username, you can see the email address, and you can see that this user is active. You can come here to give whatever user permissions that you want to give, authentication, authorization. You can see the log entry. If you scroll down, whatever permission you want to give them, you can see all the products, the edu, the edu, the content types, and all that. So the authentication and authorization, a lot of things you can do, and you can see the API, the model. You can delete, can do whatsoever. So, well, basically, that is how to create a new user over API. That is how to create a new user over API. Up next, we are going to be talking about authentication in Django Rest Framework. So we are going to be talking about authentication and authorization, which is basically permission. So in your application, you might be working on the user area where you have the protected views and the unprotected views. The protected views might be available to guests or people with certain user clearance, but we have the protected view, which is for people that they need to drop some sort of authentication authorization before they will be allowed to see the contents of those particular views. So a good example is the admin dashboard that we have over here. So the Django administration, for example, this admin dashboard is not for every user. It's not for every user. I cannot copy this now and say, okay, let me take it to Mozilla Firefox and let me just open it. And you can see I need to give some sort of credentials to be able to log into them. So we have three types of three custom the ones that are inbuilt into Django. We have three forms of authentication. So we have the session authentication, the token authentication, and the basic authentication. So if you come to the documentation here, so grf docs. So if you come to the documentation, no, that is documenting your API. If you come to the API guide, if you come under authentication, yes. So under authentication now, you have the basic authentication, you also have the session authentication and all those. So there are ways by which you can set the authentication classes, okay? So you can have session authentication and basic authentication. We will show how to do them. So, well, let's just get into it. Let's get into it. The first thing you want to do, I'm going to be using the user, the accounts app that we created is what I'm going to be using. So for REST framework, if you remember the settings.py under backend, come to settings.py. If you scroll down, you will see this REST framework variable that we created. So after creating the default pagination class and the page size, another thing that we have to create is the default authentication classes. Okay, so if you come here, the default authentication classes, if I copy this, then normally I want to paste it like this. Well, as you can see, I have these other ones over here, so I just have to put a comma Then I will drag the whole of this one into the place. Okay, so you can see that I have basic authentication and I have session authentication as well. So the first one that we are going to be we are going to be working with is this basic authentication. So let me take the session authentication out for now. So then I'll delete this. So how do you set up basic authentication? I will go and create two views. I'm going to be using function based views here. So I'm going to be creating two views. If you come to the account and you come to views.py, so I'm going to be creating two views. The first one is going to be a protected view. The other one is not going to be protected. Okay. So the first one to be created, which is an unprotected view, I can say I can do something like def unprotected um, view. Unprotected view. Then I'm going to be taking the request of the user. Then from there, I can just return a basic response from REST framework.response import response, the capital letter on. So just return response. Then the response you are returning, let it just, well, I like to structure my stuff. So data equal to a dictionary, which is going to be carrying message, and the message is going to be this is an unprotected view. So from here, the next thing I want to do is just to return data. Then I also return from REST framework copy. So instead of response, control D status. So then status st8 no. What is wrong with you? So status equal to status dot um, framework is not giving me status from framework import status. Okay, I think so. This is going to be status dot yes. So what I want to import is just 200. Okay, 200. Okay, so I think by default response gives 200. Okay, by default. Well, it is not in the documentation here. So okay, so unprotected view, and for it to be an API view from REST framework.views import API view. No, from Django dot decorators rather. Sorry, it should be dot decorators. Import. You don't have to know all these things by offhand. So at API view, then get. Okay, so get method, the unprotected view. Okay, so also I'm going to be having a protected view as well. So for the protected view, I'm going to be doing, if I copy the whole of this and I come here. So for this protected view, um, well, so for this protected view, I want to create two protected views. One of them will be a class-based view. The other one will be a function-based view. So you see how to manipulate the two of them. So this is going to be a protected view. So for this protected view, I'm going to be having something like okay, so I'll just for the message I'll say hello. Let me use a formatted string. Formatted string hello, then request dot the user dot username. That is, so this is a protected view, and that is all. And that is also just return the data. So this is a protected view. Now, both of them are still unprotected views at this particular point, but we have to add some stuff to this particular view. So we have to make some imports. The first import that we are going to be working with, we have to work with permission classes and authentication classes. Both of them are coming from decorators for function-based views. So permission classes, authentication classes. So you come here at permission classes. So the permission classes that we are going to be using for now, we are going to be using is authenticated. Okay, you can create your own custom permission class as well. So you can have is authenticated. So okay, that is authenticated have to be coming from somewhere, from rest framework dot permissions import is authentic. You can see it's admin user is authenticated or read only. So it's authenticated or read only means that anybody can read the data, but if you are authenticated you can modify, you can write the data, but if you are not authenticated you can only read. So you can see it's admin user is authenticated, so you can write your own custom authentication classes too. So a good example of a custom authentication class is owner. Okay, is owner, where you have maybe a sort of some kind of asset, and it is only the owner of the asset that can actually read or write the asset at all. Okay, so that is where is authenticated is coming from. You can see framework.permissions is authenticated, so only somebody that is authenticated can view this particular can have access to this view. So that is the permission class. Then we also have the authentication class. The authentication class. So authentication classes, they come here at authentication classes. So what are the authentication classes that we are going to be using? We are going to be using basic authentication for this one. So the basic authentication is coming from framework.authentication. From framework.authentication. So you come in with basic authentication. Okay, so this basic authentication, you bring it here. Okay, so you can see the authentication class and you can see the permission class. So for this particular view, the only authentication class that is authorized, that will authenticate a user, is only the basic authentication, and the permission class for you to be able to view have access to this view is if you are authenticated. So if these two conditions are not met, then there's no going forward for you. So after doing this, let us create some sort of URLs for both the protected and the unprotected view. Okay, so you come to urls.py. So for the path, so don't forget I have protected view and unprotected view. So come here to the next line, path, then um, protected view. So then protected view name equal to protected view, then put a comma. So for this comma, copy the whole of this, paste it. So we're going to be having unprotected view. So you can see the protected view and the unprotected view. Okay, so if I save this and let me create a protected view class. So you see how we can do it both for classes and for both for classes and for function based views. So for classes, if I have a protected view for class, um, so all you have to do is just class, let me say protected view. So for this one, don't forget you're inheriting from API view. No, dot from rest framework dot views import API view. Yes. So this will be API view. No, API view. So for this one now, how can I? Okay, so basically, don't forget that we used permission classes and authentication classes. So for this particular view now, all you have to do, just the same way we have the query set and the serializer class for this particular one. So you can come here, you can also add it to this particular one over here, the create API view. You can create a list API view for this particular user, then you will set the permission to only admin can read the data. Any other regular person cannot read the data, only admin will be able to read the data. So for the protected views, I'm going to set the permission classes equal to, what permission are we using? Permission classes is authenticated. Okay, is authenticated. This is authenticated. I'm going to put it in a list. Then we also have the authentication classes equal to, so equal to is authenticated, a basic authentication. So if you come to the documentation, everything is there. So you can see the permission classes and the authentication classes. Okay, so you just get um, user auth. So the authentication is going to be none. Yeah. So you can see how they did it for the function based views and the class based views as well. So everything is the same thing. Everything is the same thing. So let me just say def get, which is the get method, self and request. So self and request, let me just copy the whole of this, copy and paste it. So okay, okay, very good. So this is a protected class based view. Okay, so save this one and protected view, come to urls, so comma protected view. So don't forget this is a class based view. So let me copy this one, paste. So this will be protected. Let me just, instead of view, let me just say class based view. So this will be protected view dot as view. Then this will be protected class based view. Okay, so now we can start working with everything. I think everything should be working fine now. Now we'll come to my post boy. So I have to rerun my requests. I have to rerun my request. Where is it? I think it should be upstairs because I closed the server and I brought it back. So now I can go down to run a new query. So don't forget, this is the username and the password for the user that I have at the moment. So copy, then come here, paste it here. Don't forget that you have to import pretty print and you have to import JSON. Now the reason why I have to import all these ones is because I shut down the server, then I brought it back on. So API slash account slash unprotected view first. Let us check the unprotected view. If I copy for the unprotected view, paste it here and come here. So okay, so this is for the unprotected view. Come here and let me just use the get. So you see that I have this data over here, the username, email, and the password. Okay, I have this here, but I'm not passing it into the request that I'm making. So let me just shut that out. Then URL method equals to get. Okay, so if I should run this, you can see that I'm getting status code of 200 unprotected view. So the model object isn't callable. I must have done something wrong. Okay, I think it is from pprint import pprint. Yes, yeah, it's working fine now. So exactly, sorry about that. So okay, so you can see that the unprotected view is working just fine. Now what if I want to access the protected view? If I want to access the protected view and I run this, you see that I'm getting 401. Okay, I'm getting error 401, and the reason why I'm getting that 401 is because it is asking me to authenticate, and it is just a basic authentication that I have to do. Okay, so and you can see the detail over here. Authentication credentials were not provided. Authentication credentials were not provided. Okay, so basically what I have to do now is to I have to import requests. Okay, then I have to for me to pass in my authentication to for basic authentication, I have to do something like this. Let me say my username equal to halogenius, which is what I have here. Okay, copy. Then my password equal to this password that I have here. So moving on, the I have to import from request.auth. Okay, I don't think I need this one. From requests.auth import from request.auth import http then basic auth. Okay, http basic auth. So from there, after doing my username and my password, so result.json equals to make http request. Now if you check this make http request, let us scroll up. Okay, you can see launching http request. This is the function that is making the http request. You see that I can pass parameters. I can pass my data, which is what I've been using since. Then I can pass the headers and I can pass authentication. So now I want to pass authentication. For now I want to pass authentication. Okay, I want to pass authentication. So if I come down, so after saying method equals to get, I will now come here and say the auth equal to http basic auth. Then I'll pass in my username comma password, and that is it. And that is it. So you can see that if I should put this directly into the request function, if I put this directly into the request function, so basically I'm passing a method of get, I'm passing the URL, then I'm also passing the authentication. Okay, this is none, this is none, and this is also none. So if I have to pass data into the function as well to get my response, then I have to pass data in, but for now I don't have to. So just run this. You can see what I'm having. The code is what, 200. Okay, then the message is what, hello halogenius, and don't forget halogenius is the username. Halogenius is the username of the user whose username is halogenius, then password is this. Okay, remember when we created that particular user from this is where we created the user. Okay, where the email is this, the ID is this, and the password is this. Okay, so this is the username, and you can see it is telling me that hello halogenius. If you remember vividly, the message that we are returning here. Message equal to hello, then request the user the username. It will go and find that user's username. Then this is a protected view. If you come here, you will see this is a protected view. Okay, so now that is all for the function based protected view. For the class based protected view, which is what we have over here, no, come to URLs. For the class based protected view, you can see this one now. So let us try to run it on the class based protected view. So instead of that function based protected view, I think it is class based view. So if I should run this, you see it is also giving me 200, and I'm having hello allogenius. This is a protected class based view. If I should come to my console, you see that when I was trying to run an unauthorized request, it is showing me in the console that it is unauthorized. Okay, so but you can see that the protected view and the protected class based views, both of them are giving me 200. So that is basically how this is how you do basic authentication in Django Rest Framework. This is how you do basic authentication. So well, that is for the first one. The second one that we are going to be talking about is the token authentication. Okay, token authentication. So for token authentication, if we want to do token authentication, you will come to settings.py and make a bit of modifications. So when you get to settings.py, you come here and you are going to install an app. After installing your REST framework, you will also come here to install REST framework. After REST framework, you are going to be doing .auth token. Okay, token authentication. You are going to be doing .auth token. Then after that, you will come to the default authentication classes. Don't forget your comma. You come to the default authentication classes. So let me just copy this one, and let me also paste it. So after pasting it, let me take this first one out. So instead of basic authentication, you are going to be having token authentication here. Token authentication. Okay, so for the token authentication now, we are going to be creating a view that the user will use to obtain their token. All right, we are going to be creating a view that the user will use to obtain their token. So basically, think of this as a login view. Okay, all right. Think of this as a login view. So before you be able to log into the system, you need to get an access card or some sort of access token. So you will give us your username and your password. Then after giving us your username and your password, we will try to verify if there is a match, if there is a user with that username and password. Then after that, we generate a token and we will give it to you. Then that token, every time you want to launch a request, you will be sending the token to us pending when the token will expire. Anytime the token expires, you are logged out of the system and you have to obtain another token. All right. So come to views. So I will create a class, and this class is going to be no, obtain token. So to obtain the token, so API view, then I will now say the post. I'm going to be accepting self, comma request, comma args, comma then all the keyword args. Okay. Then after this, I'll get the username and the password sent by the person trying to obtain the token. So I can say user name equal to what? Request dot data dot get, which is what? Username. I can also get it in form of a dictionary. So let me get the password in form of a dictionary. So to get the password, I'm going to do something like control D password. But for the password, instead of get, let me just take this one out. Then I'll also take this one out. Then I will do this and do this. Okay, so Both of them works just fine. Now, I want to say that if username and password, what I'm trying to say here is if the username and password are valid data, if they are valid data, then let me just pass for now so that I can go and write the else clause. So for this else clause now, I can just come and return. I like to use this data dictionary. Let me use the one for the unprotected view. So for this data dictionary, I can say message invalid credentials. Invalid credentials, then okay, so invalid credentials, then you will return response, and the response you want to return is data, and also the status is going to be status dot 401, no, status dot http underscore 401. Yes, 401 unauthorized. So that is it. That will be if the username and the password are not valid data. I will be returning this first. So now let's go and do a bit of check. This is invalid credentials for now. I think this should be bad request. Or let me leave this for now. So if the username and the password, the what I want to do now is to do a bit of authentication. So there is an authenticate class. If you come to the if you come to Django documentation itself, not just the Django Rest Framework documentation, I think we did a bit of that. Django.contrib.auth docs. So if you come to, I think this is where we got it. So the Django native authentication system, you will see something like authenticate somewhere. You will see authenticate somewhere. Authenticate. Yes, authenticate. You can see this is it. So you pass in request, then you pass in credentials. So by default, the request is none. These credentials most times is your username and your password. So you pass in authenticate. Okay. So you can see the username is John and the password is what? Secret. So I can just copy the whole of this and I will bring it into my code and say, but in my own case now, so in my own case, the username is supposed to be equal to username. Then the password is going to be equal to password. So now this authenticate, I'm supposed to bring it in from somewhere, from Django contrib auth, bring in authenticate. So copy this and bring it here. So that is where this authenticate will be coming from. So you can see the authenticate now. So this line of code is going to do a bit of check to verify that the user actually to verify the username and the password. So this is not going to create the token. This is just verifying that the username and the password tallies. Okay. So now you will now come here to say if the user, okay. Now let me pass also a bit, then so I can come and write the else clause. So this else clause, I'll just copy this, copy and paste. So for this else clause, so this is where your return is going to be. So in this case now, you can say um, incorrect, or you can say user name password mismatch. Okay, so that will be anything that will make this authenticate not return a valid user, then obviously the username and the password it will have a mismatch. For this particular else clause, it is if your username and your password they are not carrying active like valid data, that is when you use this one. So for the user now, Now, if the user is if there is a valid user, you create a token. Okay, so how do you create the token? You can do something like token comma created. So this token comma created is going to be equal to, I have to import token. So from rest framework dot auth token, from auth token dot models import auth token. Yes, this is import auth token. No, I'm supposed to import token actually. Token. So this token model is what is going to be generating the token for us. So if you come to token, then you come to created. So we are going to be having token dot object dot get or create. So you now say the user equal to the user. So the user that you want to create the token for will be equal to this particular user. Okay. So the next thing we want to do is to return response. But before we return the response, let me copy the whole of this and bring it here. So the message is going to be I can say the token generated successfully. Then I will now say token. Then I will now I can use the token dot key. Okay, token dot key, and that is it. And that is it. So I'll return data. Then the status is going to be http 2000. Okay, and that will be all. And that will be all. So this is where they will obtain their token. Okay, this is how they will obtain their token. Then for the protected view, for the unprotected view, we are going to be having the same thing for the unprotected view. Okay, just the regular get and all that. But for the protected view, we are going to be having for the protected view from authentication. I think I'm supposed to have token authentication. Then after basic authentication, I have token authentication. I think I can have the two of them together in the same function. So basic authentication, token authentication. So don't forget that for the two of them to be either of the two of them can work, but well, for simplicity, let me just use one for now. So I'll delete the basic authentication. Then for this other one, I'll also just leave it as token authentication. Okay, so now let us try to run the client. Don't forget post boy. Come here. Let me copy the whole of this and paste it here. Okay, so don't forget that this is my username and this is my password. So another thing I can actually do is that I can create my own permission. So let me create my own permission. At least I'll use the opportunity to show you how to create a custom permission. So permissions.py. If you come to permissions.py, you can say from rest framework import permissions. So you come and create your own permission class, something like class is owner or read only. So this is going to be inheriting from permissions dot base permission. Okay, so the next thing you want to do, so you want to create def has underscore object underscore permission. So basically this is the class with which you will create your permission. So self request. So you're going to be having the view, and also you're going to be having the object. So this is where you're going to be defining it. You can do something like return. So you are going to be returning request dot method request dot method in permissions dot save methods, or the object dot owner equal to request dot user. So basically the I'm supposed to have, okay, this is supposed to be obj. It's supposed to be obj. So you can see the way we create models initially. You can see the way we create models where we have advanced relationships. For example, you have the course and the teacher. So the course has a teacher. Okay, so you can write this in such a way that is teacher or read only. So how you will write this permission will be has object permission. You will now say self request view an object. So what you are going to be writing here is request to the method in permissions dot the save methods, or the object dot owner. In this case, if we want to write for course and teachers, you are going to be writing something like course object dot teacher equal to request to the user. So the user that can read that can write to that particular course is the teacher that is handling the course. All right. So has object permission. In this case, you might write a model, and the model is creating has some sort of ownership. So you come here and say if the current user is the owner, then you can read, you can write, you can do whatever you want. But you can read only if you are not the owner. That is what this method over here, that is what this line of code is saying. So apart from this, we can also write another permission. So um, a permission that will allow only admins. Okay, so this particular permission over here we allow only the owners to edit, but this next permission that we want to write is a permission that we allow only admins to edit a particular object. So you're going to, instead of owner, is admin. It's admin or read only. Okay, so you're going to be having has the first one will be has permission def has underscore has permission. So it's going to be taking self request and view. Then basically you are going to be this is what it returns by default, but I want to return request dot so request dot method um actually okay, request dot method in permissions dot save methods. You will now say or, so I can have something like this: request dot user and request dot user dot is underscore staff. Now let me do a bit of explanation here. If you come to my admin dashboard, if you come to users, you can see that this is the super user, and the super user has the staff status. The halogenius doesn't have the staff status. So obviously this is an admin, this is not an admin. So this admin will be able to edit objects, but this halogenius will not be able to. Okay, so that is what is happening for this first line of code. Then the second one has object permission. You are taking self request view an object, and you are returning request to the method in permissions dot save method, or the request dot user. So let me just do something like this. So request dot user, and basically request.user is staff. So let me just copy this. Okay. So that is it basically. That is it. That is it. So there are custom permissions that can be used in your views by importing them and including them in the permission classes, but I won't be doing all that. I won't be doing all that since I don't have plenty of objects to play around with. But this is how you write it. This is how you write it. Okay. So the next thing we want to do is to create the links, and as you can see from the views, I have this obtain token view that is going to generate the token for me. So this is generating the token, but we have the protected view and we have the unprotected view, and I've changed the authentication class of this one to token authentication. Then we have the unprotected view. Okay, and both of them are get requests. So if you come to the URLs, the only view that I have to add here, I think, is the obtain token. The obtain token. So for the obtain token, I'll come to path, then open obtain token, then obtain token dot as underscore view. Then the next thing, name equal to obtain token. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is to run a we are going to be running a query that is going to that is going to let's copy this, come here. So if you remember vividly, I'm doing, where is it again? If you remember vividly, in my obtain token request.data.get, so obviously I'm going to be let me use this opportunity to print, let me print request to the console, so we will see what request is. Okay, immediately you launch a request. Okay, this should be, well, this is a post data type. Well, since we want to get a data, let's use the post data type. Let's use the post data type. Since we are posting username and password, you don't want to pass it through a get data type. So I think we are good to go. So come to the URLs. This is obtain token. So come here to the post boy, copy, then let me add some more kernels. So paste to the post boy, then I have username and password. Let me, so I don't need email. So my credentials, this will be obtain hyphen token. This will be obtain token. Then the next thing will be this is data. I don't need this, just pass data. Data equal to data, and that is it. So basically, to obtain the token, this view, oh, I close it. This view is going to get the data, authenticate the data, then it will create the token and send it back to me as a 200 OK response. So if I should run this, it's giving me 405. Method get not allowed. I know what is wrong with it. This should be post. If I save this and come to my, you can see it's telling me method not allowed. So let me run this again. It's giving me 500 error. So something must be wrong somewhere. Auth token doesn't exist. Okay, I think I know where it is coming from. So basically I have to run, if you come to the dashboard, you can see that this is token over here. If I come to tokens, okay, I think I know what is wrong with it. So control copy python manage.py make migrations, no changes detected, python manage.py migrate. Okay, so you can see It is running migrations for auth token, and auth token again. Okay, so I think now it should run smoothly. So come here and to post boy, run it again. Okay, it is giving me 200 now. And if you see message token generated successfully, and this is the token that it is giving me. Okay, so when you add your auth token, basically if you come to settings.py under backend, so I think this is the settings.py, as soon as you add this app, as soon as you add this app rest framework.auth token, if you go to your backend, it is going to be giving you this auth token stable. If I should reload first, the auth token stable, if I should click on it, then you can see the token that I just generated ends with 363A. Come here, you can see 363A. So any request that I want to send, I have to send this as a bearer token. Okay, I have to send this as a bearer token. So for me to access the protected views now, for me to access the protected views, I have to copy the whole of this. So let me come into another cell. So what are the protected views to access? If you come to urls.py, okay, just protected view and protected class-based view. So come to, okay, come here, then protected view, the protected view. Okay, so for this protected view now, for me to access it, you know that this is a different kind of authentication from the basic authentication. So this is token authentication, and the token authentication, you won't just pass in your username and password as data. No, that won't work. So what you want to do, basically, you are going to be creating, let's do something like this. Instead of data, you are going to be creating header. Okay, so headers. So the headers that you want to create, so you're going to be creating one. The name of the header will be authorization. So this authorization that you want to create, the value is going to be, let me use a formatted string. So let me say token, then you leave a space, then you say for this one, you copy this token, copy, then you can even come here and do something like token equal to this string. Don't forget to close your string. Then I don't need this, I don't need this. So you come here, you say token, you say token. So you can see the formatted string now. I'm using token, then token, and I think that is all. So now this username and password, I have no business with it. Now how do I pass my headers into this particular get? So instead of data, I'm just going to be saying headers equals to headers. Headers equals to headers. So don't forget that in the case of the basic authentication, I had to use auth, then I'll now use HTTP basic authentication. But for the token authentication, I had to do headers, okay, for me to pass in my token, which is if you are working with what do they call it again, JWT authentication, you are going to be using a bearer token, okay, you are going to be using a bearer token, which is you are going to be having bearer here, then your JWT token. So JWT, I've used it extensively. It is very secured. So if you don't have any security issues with your application, I think JWT will still be the best for you. So I have my token, then result JSON, make HTTP request. I'm having URL, the method is post, and I have my headers. So I guess this is the time where we launch our request. I'm having 405 error. Detail method post not allowed. Okay, yes. For the protected view, if you come to views, the only two methods allowed. For this one, I have the get. Then for this one, I also have get. So no cause for alarm. So this is get. Okay. So if I run this, It is giving me 200. Okay, you can see hello halogeneous. This is a protected view. It is also getting the username that I used. Don't forget that the username is still halogeneous. Okay, the username is halogeneous. Now, what if I should launch the request without the token? What if I should launch the request without the token? What if this is, or let me just add underscore at the end. Let me add underscore at the end and send it. You see, I'm getting 401 and it's telling me detail. The token is invalid. Okay, the token is invalid. But if I should come here and I should take away my underscore, I launch it again. It is telling me message, hello halogeneous. This is a protected view. If you notice very well, when we were launching the basic authentication, where is it? When we are launching the view for basic authentication, this one, if you launch this view now, okay, it will give us errors because we've taken basic authentication out. To some extent, I think this is slower compared to I think this token authentication is faster compared to using the username and the password. Every time you want to you want to access a view, you have to be sending your username and your password. I think it is slower, and I think this is more secured to some extent. I think this is more secured. I think this is more secured. So we have demonstrated obtaining a token and accessing the protected view using the request module. So, well, the third one that we're going to be working with is the session authentication. So, to implement the session authentication, we just come to, well, I don't think anybody uses session authentication, but let's just show how it works. If you come to settings.py, I don't need auth token anymore. So, and if you come here, settings.py, I don't need token authentication. The only thing I need is just session authentication. Okay, so you can see I have session authentication. So now the first view I want to create is the view that we create a section. Okay, that will create a session. So a view that will create a session. So, and don't forget, a session is something, is a means of some kind of data particular to a user that is stored on the server. That is what you refer to as a session. Let me see if I can get a better definition from Google. What is a session in web development? So you can see session is the term used to refer to a visitor's time browsing a website. It is meant to represent the time between a visitor's first arrival and the time they stop using the site. So that is what a session is. Okay. So now to create a session, I think I'm trying to check my notes to make sure that I've not omitted anything. So um, okay. So for the views, I'm going to be having session authentication. Session authentication. So I'm going to be taking out all the basic authentication. Okay. So all the token authentication that we have on the site. Control D, Control D. So those are the only two that I have. So just replace it with no. What am I doing? Um, session authentication. Session authentication. Okay. So now that I have my session authentication on, don't forget the permission classes for now is authenticated, and I've shown you how to write your own permission classes. So it's owner or read only, is admin or read only. So if you come here to permission classes, if you come to permissions, if you come to permissions, so you can come here. Okay, you can see you can even set a default permission class over here. So you have allow any, you have it authenticated. It is not showing me how to write okay, I think this is it over here. The base permission. Okay, you can see has permissions, request and save methods. So this is read only. This is read only. So this is the permission. This is the permission, and this is where the permission is being applied. So you can see has permission. So I think has permission is for read only. Then has object permission is when you want to read and write. So um, has permission. Okay, has object permission. The object level permission to allow owners of, okay, to edit. It is when you want to edit that you need object permission, but has permission is when you want to read. Okay, so if you come here, its owner has object permission. Okay, very good. Its owner. So, but for this one, admin can read and admin can also write. So the owner can write. So we did not do anything about reading. So I guess the whole world can read, but only the owner can write. In this case, it is only admin that can read and only admin that can write. Um, well, I think that should be it. So moving on, after checking the session authentication, let me create a logout view. Let me create a logout view. So the logout view is going to be something like this. Now my logout view, the logout. So this logout underscore view request. So now if you come to django.contrib.auth, django.contrib.auth, I'm having authenticate and I'm also having logout. I'm having authenticate, then I'm also having logout. So for this one, requests, I will come here and say logout. Just pass request into it. Request equal to request. Okay. So request equal to requests. No, actually let me take this one out. I don't have to do that. So I'm going to log out the request, then let me just return a response. So the data will be equal to a dictionary, and where the message is going to be user logged out successfully. Okay, so response data, let me just leave it like that. So that will be the logout view, and don't forget this is going to be an API view, and the API view is going to be having get. So before you be able to access this logout view, you need to, it is only people that are logged in that can log out. So exactly, so session authentication. So this thing is like, this is just like saying that it is only people that are alive that will praise God. You need to be alive to praise God. So you need to be logged in. You need to be logged in to be able to log out. All right. So that is the reason why I will protect the view. You need to be logged in before you can log out. So the next thing I want to do, I want to write the create session view, the session that is going to create the view, the view that is going to create the session rather. So come here, I can use a class based view or a function based view to do this, but I'll just use a function based view for now. So I'm not going to be adding any authentication or permission classes to it. So if I copy this, then I'll take these two out. So this is going to be create session view. So for the create session view, I can say, I can bring in my username and my password, what I did over here. Actually, I had interest to look at session, to look what session looks like. Come to my terminal. Did it print what session looks like? It is supposed to print session for me. Okay, it is not printing it per se. So it's just printing the documentation, the representation rather. So I want to be consistent. Let me use dot data dot get. Okay, so all right. So now that I have my username and my password, now the next thing I can do, I can authenticate using this. I can use this to authenticate. Then if the user is valid, I will create a session. Or another thing I can do basically is to come here and do user equal to user dot objects. Then I'll say dot get. Okay, username equal to username. Okay, so I will now say if a user is available with that particular username, you will now come and check the password. Okay, so if user dot check password, so you pass in that password. If user dot check password, then login. I'm supposed to bring login from .contrib.auth. So .contrib.auth login. I'm supposed to bring login from contrib.auth. So just login, request, then user. After logging in request and user, just come and just return this basically. So 1 2 3. So okay, so you log in, then you have the data, then you return the response. So after returning the response, don't forget if the user and you check the password. So let me come and write the first else clause. So else, so for this first else clause, I'm going to be returning a 404, a 401 rather. So I will say wrong or username and password mismatch. So username password mismatch. If you're working on a project that is not very bogus, you can just use one of these authentications and go away. So you come to response data, the status will be equal to status dot so let me use 401 unauthorized. So but if this user, obviously you don't have a user with that particular username, let me come and write that else clause. So copy, so else, so now you do something like this. You say invalid username, then invalid username. Okay, so but instead of going through the stress of having to get the user, then after getting the user you check the password manually, you can just pass everything into authenticate like we did here. Okay, so but those are just diverse ways to do the same thing, so you have nothing to worry about. Okay, so data, then the status, and I think we are good to go. So let us map this to a particular URL, the create session view and the logout view. So if you come to setting, no, if you come to urls.py, let me copy the create session view, then logout view. Okay, so come here. Basically, I'll just do login and logout. I'll just do login and logout. So path. So login, then comma create session view, then the name will be equal to create session cranium. Abeg use earpiece now. Copy, then paste this. So this is going to be logout. Logout. So this is going to be the logout view. The logout view. Then this is going to be login, and this is going to be logout. Okay, logout. The login then logout. Okay. So save this, and I think we are good to go. Login, logout, and we are good to go. So come to my post boy, copy the whole of this, then I think this is the one I want to copy. Copy, then I think my create session view, I want it to be a post method. Create session view, this is supposed to be post. Okay, so come here, this is the last one. Okay, so this is going to be login. So for the login view, how do I log in? That is, how do I create a session basically? So to create the session, don't forget that I have my username and I have my password. Okay, so for me to, all I have to do is just to pass it in as data, and that is it. Just pass it in regularly as data. So data equal to data, the username and the password. Login. So if I should run this, I'm not supposed to have any issues. You can see post 200. You can see CSRF token, and they gave me this, and you can see the expiry date, Saturday 21st of December 2024. I think so this is opening the token for me for 1 year. But you can always set the lifespan of all of all this token, of all the token. So but I'll just leave that out for now. And you can see the session ID. This is the session ID. Okay, expires at 6th of January 2024. Okay, this is not 1 year. This is the session ID expires in 3 weeks or 2 weeks or so. So, well, let's just continue. So you can see the response data, the message user logged in, logged out successfully. It's supposed to be login. Login. I think I have the wrong view mapped to the wrong urls.py. Login should be create session view. If you come to views, for it should be logged in. Logged in. It should be logged in successfully. So, well, it should be logged in. It should be logged in. So sorry about that. This is the logout view. So now that my user is logged in, the next thing I can do is to access the protected view. So to access the protected view, I don't have to pass any data in. I don't have to pass any data in. I will just launch the request to the protected view directly like that. Okay. So the protected view, let me copy this. Let me copy this and paste it here. For the protected view, I have protected. So I had to pause the video to get a bit of help from ChatGPT. So I think I know where the issue is coming from. This is the code that ChatGPT wrote for me. So the username, okay. Oh, I think this is how we are supposed to do it. So we are supposed to create a session, then we log in using that particular session, then using the same session that we have logged in, then we will be sending in um, the data that we want. So what is the username? So the username is allogenius. So that will be the username. Then the password is going to be this. The password is going to be this. Okay, so the URL of the authentication view, the view that is going to provide the authentication, I think it is login. If you come here, this login view over here, copy, then for this login view, okay, this is where we are. So this is the login view. Session.post. So this is the login view. Now after logging in, it will print login successful or login failed. Now for us to access a protected view, we need to access a particular URL. Okay, so the protected view is what we are going to be having. Is what we are going to be having over here, and the protected view that we are trying to access is this. So let me just copy it and bring it into the protected view. You can easily do this with Postman, so you don't have to stress yourself. But I want everything to be done in Python. So you can see the username, the password. So basically, it will try to log in. It will try to log in. Then after logging in, it will show us login successful or failed. So the login was working just fine. It was working very fine. It is just to launch requests. So login.response. If the status code is 200, then you have login successful. Else login fail with the status code. It will respond with the status code. Then it will make a response session get URL. It will check if the request was successful. Then request to protected view also successful. So you can see what our the console looks like for now. So if I should run this, you can see login successful, request to protected view also successful, and the response content is what message hello halogenius, this is a protected view. And don't forget the protected view is coming from this function based protected view. So for us to access the class based protected view, where is it, this protected view over here, don't forget both of them are still session authentication. So for the class based protected view, where are you, if you come to the URLs, you can see the class based view. If you come here, instead of protected view, class based view, save this. Now take a good look at what I have now. The same code that we used the other time. It will just come. I have my username and I have my password. It will come to session. It will create a session object. Then it has the login data. It will use the session object it created to log in. After logging in, then it will whatever responses requests that you want to make has to be done with that particular session. So well, everything just goes on from there. So if I should run this, you can see login successful and the response content, this is it. If you come here, you can see the post request to log in, then the get request to access a protected view. So both of them are working just fine. Both of them are working just fine. If I should come here to maybe add an underscore to the password, if I should run this, you see login failed and the request failed, and my kernel actually died because of the error coming from there. So well, um, okay, so basically that is how to do session authentication and how to query the database your for your how to query the database using the logged in session. Now the final type of authentication that we are going to be working with is JWT. JWT is my to go authentication. I think we should have simple, I think underscore JWT documentation. Documentation. Okay, now if you come here to simple JWT docs, you will see all the documentation of the class. You see all the documentation here. You can see JSON Web Token. So for Django Rest Framework, I would highly recommend this, and you can see it is highly customizable. It is highly customizable. If you come to the getting started, you will see how to install everything. And well, my network is failing me. So one thing I have to do is that I have to install a particular class. I have to install a particular module, and the name of the module is Django Rest Framework hyphen simple JWT. So I have to queue my server so that I can install it in this virtual environment. Don't forget. So pip install Django Rest Framework hyphen simple JWT. So it will try to get the package from pypi.org. Okay, so you can see it's downloading it. It's downloading it. So it's telling me to upgrade my pip. Just leave that out for now. Okay, so let me go back to running my server. Then if you come to your settings.py, you will go to the installed applications. The installed applications. So under your installed applications, you have to install Rest Framework underscore simple JWT. So this will be, instead of auth token, you'll be doing underscore simple JWT. Okay. So if you save this, then another thing you have to do, the default authentication classes. So for the default authentication classes, don't forget that we have session authentication, but now I will take that out and come here. Then I would use REST framework simple JWT REST underscore framework. You have to be very careful while spelling this thing. So REST framework underscore simple JWT dot authentication then dot JWT authentication. Okay, so rest underscore framework underscore simple JWT dot authentication dot JWT authentication. So that is the authentication class. So moving on, after setting the simple JWT authentication, the next thing for you to do is for you to create the API view for obtaining and refreshing the token. Okay, the views for obtaining and refreshing your tokens. So one thing is that these views have been created already. Okay, these views have been created already. All you have to do is just to import them into your application. So if you come here, this is it basically, from REST framework underscore simple JWT views. So you import, just let's just carry everything there. We will make modifications as needed. So if you come here and you paste this, no, this is under views, it should be under urls.py. Come to urls.py. So come here, then from REST framework underscore simple jwt dot views, you import the token obtain peer view. So for this other one, I can just copy the whole of this, then I can call this JWT views. So paste them here. So you can see I've imported the token obtain peer view and the token refresh view. So basically, you can use this token obtain peer view to get new token. Okay, so token obtain peer view to get a new token. All right, then these other ones. So to use JWT authentication in our views, you can do this. To use JWT authentication in our views, all we have to do is that you can see that we imported basic authentication, token authentication, and session authentication. So we have to import JWT authentication too. So from we are importing this from REST framework simple JWT then dot views, then import import token obtain peer view. You can see so many other token views. So token blacklist, you can use token blacklist to log a user out, like the token they have, you throw it in the, you blacklist it so they won't be able to use it anymore. So basically this is token obtain peer view. And then I think I should be able to, from rest underscore framework dot authentication import JWT authentication. Okay, So for this JWT authentication, copy this and instead of having session authentication, you paste it. Okay, so now you're having JWT authentication for the authentication classes. So I don't have to create any view, so this is going actually. I don't need this view. But one thing that I can do, if anybody should hit this particular URL, if anybody should hit this particular URL, they will get token that they can use to log into the system. Okay, they will get token that they can use to log into the system. So you can protect that view in one way or the other. You can protect the view. So let's see the way it was implemented here. So you also have token.verify. If you want to be able to verify the view, you can use this particular token verify to verify the view. So the usage is that you are going to be sending your username and your password. Okay, you send your username and your password. Then after sending the username and your password, the JWT will send you the access token and the refresh token. So what you are using to make your whatever request that you want to make is the access token. Okay, and you can see that the authorization is bearer token in this case, and this is a header. Okay, remember when we used headers? Okay, so come here now. Let us obtain a token. Let us obtain a token. So you can use this as the login view actually. This will be your login view. If you want to log out, you just you create a particular view, then you blacklist the token and you are good to go. But I won't be doing all that. So now that I have the JWT installed, let me come to my post boy. Where's my post boy? I want to log in. So I want to log in. I think it is session authentication that looks a bit like it. So for the session authentication, let me copy this, then paste this over here. So account, don't forget to be account slash okay, let me take this API part. So token, then token slash refresh. Okay, okay, so API slash tokens. Come here, that will be account tokens. So these tokens now, there is a place where we used authorization. Where did we use authorize? Exactly, this is it. So basically, okay, I think for a start, all we have to do is just to obtain the JWT token. I think we have to send our username and the password in as a data first. Then later, let me move this one down. Okay, so I'm trying to copy one that we can use to send the username and the password. Copy and paste. So now I have my request.auth. I don't need this. So all I have to do is just to token and I'll send my username and my password as data to that particular URL. And if I should launch this, HTTP request isn't defined. Is this because I think the kernel died the other time, so I have to run this again. Perhaps you meant HTTPS. Okay, so let me just run this one now. So you come downstairs, and if I should launch this, I'm getting 405 get not allowed, so I'm supposed to post the data. Sorry, post and run. Okay, so you can see that according to what I have over here, it will give me an access token and a refresh token. You can see the access token and the refresh token. Okay, and you can see that I'm just sending it as a data, my username and my password. All right, now that I've gotten my username and my password, now that I've used my username and my password, I didn't use this, so let me, to avoid confusion. So now that I've used my username and my password to obtain the JWT authentication token, now I want to access a protected view. How do I do that? For you to access a protected view, let me use that particular exactly. So copy. So come here to the next one, and what I need is this refresh token. So this is where the refresh token ends. You can see how long it is. If you come to jwt.org, so my internet is off grid. Ha, we need to beg MTN, please. So if I should copy this text, if I should copy this, then I come to, actually let's just say JWT. Okay, this is it. It is JWT.io. So now let me paste that. Now that I've pasted what I copied from the response of the server over here, if you come to this, okay, nothing special. So this is the post request I just made, the post request that got me that token. So if you come to JSON web token, jwt.io, not .org, you will see the header, then you now see the token. Okay, the user ID is 2, and if you check, the ID of halogenius is actually 2, and you can see the JTI, the expiry date and whatsoever, all these things. Then you can see the verified signature as well. Okay, so this is the JWT token, the JSON web tokens that we are going to be using to launch all our requests. So you come here, you paste the token over here. So after pasting the token will be very long. So after pasting the token, so for the authorization, you are going to be using it as a bearer token. Alright, you're going to be using it as a bearer token. So instead of using ordinary token, this will be bearer. Okay, so don't forget, this is the protected view. So and this is going to be going in as a header. So if I should run this, it shouldn't give us any. It's giving me 41. Given token not valid for any token type. Token not valid. Um, okay, I used the refresh token. I was supposed to use the access token. Sorry, I was supposed to use the access token. I think if you come to jwt.org, so I think, well, if you come here and you paste it, paste this here. So I'm supposed to use the access token, not the refresh token. Sorry, please. If I should run this, you see, it is giving me 200, and the message is what? Hello, Halogenius. This is a protected view. So, and if I want to access the class-based views, don't forget, I'm not using this. If I want to access the class-based views, instead of protected view, I'll just have class-based view. Run this, and you can see it is still giving me 200. And the message is, hello, Halogenius. This is a protected class-based view. Okay, so you see how you can do authentication and authorization. You see how you can do authentication and authorization. So, well, we've discussed four different modes of authentication and authorization. We did the basic authentication, we did the token authentication, we did the session authentication, and we also did the JWT authentication. Which one would I recommend? Till tomorrow, I would recommend JWT. I would recommend JWT. If even if you're working on a play project, please use JWT, because normally these projects are going to be presented to people, and they need to see you display what they use in the real world in your project. So it is JWT for me. Trust me, it is JWT for me. So you basically use your username and your password to get the token. Then after getting the token, you work your way up. So there are so many settings, things you can do to customize your JSON web tokens. So I think there are some settings that if I should, if I should come somewhere here, I didn't come here. If you want to create tokens manually, so you can use these refresh tokens to create tokens manually. So token types, just come here and read the documentation to know more about this. Just come here to read the documentation about this. So for you to, and also if you come to the Django admin dashboard and you reload, you can see that it is giving you auth token. Okay, the reason why it is giving me this is because I've removed it from the applications. So there is no token here anymore. There is no token here anymore. Okay, so before we wrap up the tutorial, I'm going to be talking a bit about documenting your API. Okay, if you want to document your API documentation is a crucial aspect of developing and maintaining an application programming interface. It serves as a reference guide for developers, enabling them to understand how to interact with the API, what endpoints are available, what data is expected, and how to handle the errors. One popular tool for documenting APIs is the Swagger, known as the Open API Specifications. If you come, let me close all the tabs to the right. If you swagger.io, I think should be swagger.io, or let me see swagger. No, not .io. I don't know the URL. Okay, exactly. So it is swagger.io. API documentation for everyone. So I think it has the free plan and the paid plan as well. So for a start, you can use the free plan to generate your documentation. Then it will give you an HTML file you can host on GitHub or Netlify. Okay, so you can see Swagger Hub free, then Swagger Hub Pro. Just this is a good tool with which you can document your APIs, and many developers use it. So, and it is industry standard. If you create an API and you document it here, if you send it to a client or a potential employer, they will appreciate it. Trust me. So all you have to do is just to sign in and use your email, your password, and you start documenting your API. Basically, I'm not going to go deep into it. My motive is just to show you. So writing API documentation using Swagger and adhering to the Open API specs standards significantly contributes to the success and adoption of your API. It provides clarity to developers, facilitates smooth integration, and enhances the overall developer experience. By investing time and effort into creating the comprehensive documentation, you empower developers to use your API successfully. So, well, if you create an API, you have to document it. You obviously have to document it. So, thank you for staying to the end. This has been a very long tutorial. Thank you very much for staying to the end. Don't forget to like, to comment. If you have any inquiries, you can always drop it in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. Thank you very much for staying till the end. Bye for now.